Come back to Hanger 51. How you guys doing tonight? What's going on? Who's going to be in first? Michael Michael Bird, Shadow Ops. Shadow Ops' birthday, and it's Michael Bird first in the shadow right behind him. There he is. Happy birthday, Eric. I think I was sent you one on Facebook. I don't think it went through. I think I had a malfunction. But happy birthday, buddy. Ah, I feel like absolute crap, guys. Gotta tell you. Oh, man. Everything aches. It sucks when you get old. Yeah, I know. I know it was a day late. I tried to do it yesterday, and it wasn't. I did it the day before for everybody, and I saw that yours was the next day, and I was ready to click it, and it wouldn't let me. It didn't come back up in the feed. I'm like, what happened? And then I got sidetracked to keep farting with it. But I was thinking of you. I was definitely thinking of you. Lyndon Stewart, what's up? Good to see you, man. The lead years, yeah. I think you're right. Uh, I think it is the lead years. Yeah, the gold went out the wind. Gold went out with the baby in the bathwater. I think. Yeah, it's been a while. How are you doing? I saw you put up a bee video. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. Been just too busy. I haven't gotten anything done that I wanted to get done. Well, all right, that's not true. I did finish the Daytona. I finished that Monday night. I stayed up all night Monday or Sunday night into Monday so I could take it. Actually, I think it was Monday night. I stayed up all night Monday night because I wanted to take it to the car show Tuesday. So I got it done finally and got it to the car show Tuesday. And then I think yesterday I moved all the garage stuff and moved the Impala, the 94 that's in the garage over far enough to to move the rack back where I want it. So now the 4-post lift is back in the back of the garage. Well, not the back of the garage, but it's halfway. I would say it's about halfway of the 60 feet. So I should have room to put 2 cars down here when I move the airplanes. All the airplanes are covering up that space. So the airplanes are coming in here. And then I can put 2 cars over there. I could put 2 cars on the lift there. There's room for 2 more cars up there, I believe. And then there's room for 1 car next to the lift, which is here right now. There's a car next to the lift right now. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 6, 7. I can put 3 underneath the house over here. So that's 10. And then I can put maybe 2 behind the lift, for sure 1. So that's 11. So for sure, 11 cars. Depending on the car I put here, because, well, right now there's stuff in the way blocking I can walk around the car, but there's stuff in the way. Once I move that stuff in the way, it'll be easy to walk around, and that's a big car. So if I put a smaller car here, I mean, that's the biggest car. The Impala is the biggest car I have. So, well, the Cadillac's a little bit longer. It's not any wider, but it's a little longer. And width's the kind of the problem right now. So, Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? How you doing, man? I think I saw, who else popped in? I thought, Roy? Recommend check him. Yeah, Roy, what's up? How you doing, man? So Roy's here. So Roy, Linden, Michael Bird, Shadow Ops, and hell, there's eight in here. Got a couple of lurkers. That's okay. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, making progress. I think the next thing. Well, tomorrow's tire day. I have to mount 10 tires tomorrow hopefully. I've got four brand new, well, the four rims that came on the G8 when he bought it. He put Camaro wheels on it, and I don't like them. So I want to take the Camaro wheels off and put the G8 wheels back on. So I bought new tires for the G8 wheels, and they're right here under my little build table. And then I got 4 tires for Deb's Cadillac. I got to mount those tomorrow, but I got to put tire pressure sensors in all 8 of those wheels, the Ford Pontiac and the Ford Cadillac. And then I have 2 drag radials to mount on my racing wheels for the Impala, which will also work on the Cadillac Fleetwood or the wagons. Those wheels fit everything there. So that's what 12 cars, I think, that those wheels will fit on. So yeah, so I got to fire up the tire, and that's going to wear my ass out for sure. That'll put me down for at least a day after mounting all those tires. So not looking forward to that. What's up? How you doing, man? So, but yeah, I'm just whipped. I'm really tired. Just can't seem to get. I just don't feel good. And my stomach hurts and my body aches. I just kind of feel run down, and I know it's because I spent all night working on the Daytona to get it ready for the show, and then I spent all day yesterday getting the lift moved. And that really went pretty well. When you put that thing on its wheels, it's really easy to move. I mean, I was shocked how easy it is to push that thing around in the shop. You know, the way it works is you put a caster wheel. A caster wheel's mounted on this big long frame, and it's a dual arm frame like this. And you sit inside the 4 posts facing inward. You put it on, and there's a welded tube on it. You put a pin through, and the pin's on the wheel. So you pull the pin off the wheel. You take the 2 arms, and if this is the post, and the lift is going that way, and this is the inside edge of the post. You slide this thing down, and then you put the pin through it. And then if you turn it this way, it's kind of at an angle like this. And you put 4 of them on, 2 inward, front and back, and then 2 over here, same way. And then you let the lift down, and when the lift comes down and hits those arms, it pushes it down, which picks the legs up off the floor. And they're not even an inch off the floor, but they're off the floor. And then the whole lift just rolls on these big caster wheels, and you could it's just simple. It's so easy to just push it around. And then when you get where you want it, you take the lift back up, which lets the wheels put the legs back on the floor, and then you remove the wheels. Simple. And so that worked out really well. Moving the Impala on those dollies was more work for sure. But I got that done too. The hardest thing was moving the Impala. I mean, that's the most energy it took out of me to move the Impala. It's because it's 2 tons. It's over 2 tons. And even though the dollies work real well and makes it easier to move it, it's still, it's a lot of weight to move. And so yeah, that was, moving the lift was easy. Moving the car was strenuous. And then after that, I was just cleaning the garage, moving stuff around, putting tools away. I moved the 2 new toolboxes. I can't get them in here right now because the Impala's blocking the door to get those in here right now. So I put one on the side of the lift and one behind the lift for now, just temporary until I get this car moved out. There's 2 cars I want to work on and get done. Simple stuff. I think I oil change on one and get the air conditioning working on the other one. And then I want to put the Impala on the lift and put it back together. I gotta put the drive shaft back in it. I gotta bolt up the exhaust system. I gotta bolt up the transmission. The brace is in. It's just not bolted in. It's just sitting there. So I want to tidy all that up, finish it, and then I could just hook up the engine parts. Plug everything in and the engine. That's the one I did the engine swap on. I just get everything plugged in. It should start right up, and I'll be able to drive it off the lift and put it out in the yard, and that'll get this car out of the way. And then all I got to do is put the lift up in the air, and I can roll both 2 boxes right over here into the room here, and clean up all this mess and put it all in the toolbox. So yeah, so fingers crossed, Wild Bill. Yeah. How you doing, buddy? So yeah, yeah. So anyway, baby steps, making progress, baby steps. Um, if I just felt better every day, every time I stress, working on something, the next day I feel like absolute shit. And I had 2 days off between getting the Daytona bit buttoned all up to moving the lift, and now I've only had 1 day off basically, and it wasn't enough. So hopefully tonight I'll sleep good and I'll feel better tomorrow, and then I can get back on mounting these tires, get them done. So anyway, yeah. So that's I didn't find the parts to the Husky, and I started to put the decals on the Carbon Z so I could paint it, and I screwed up one of the decals, and I know I have 2 more sets of them, but I can't find them. So I couldn't finish that so I could paint it. So we're not building an airplane tonight. At least not one of those 2. Not the Husky or the yeah, nothing else is cleared. Yeah, I really don't have an airplane I could work on. I mean, I could probably fix an airplane if you want to watch that. I might be able to find a main landing gear, put it in the one Carbon Z, my old yellow, white, and red and white one, and fix the main gear on that. Yeah, Roy, I did like it. You didn't? I think it was Mike Hollanday that sent me the picture of one in the air, right? You just sent me a picture. I think you just sent a picture of the. Well, I got to see the whole thing. You had yellow, a little bit of yellow on the nose, right at the beginning of the cow, and then silver, and yeah, it looks good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Are you gonna? Did you have any decals on it yet? You're gonna put stars and bars on it and stuff like that, or what are you gonna do with it? I think I don't think there was any on it. I might have missed it. Um, Michael Bear's here. Oh God, the cops just left. Oh geez. Oh God. It's still kind of racer scheme. Well, yeah, but a lot of the race guys still put the military schemes on them. There's several of the guys that had still had a military looking. Um, you know, it's kind of I don't know. I maybe like a little tribute to the military at the same time, and making a Reno racer out of it. So actually, they released it a week ago, Shadow, because EQ Eric contacted me last week, wanted me to order it for him. Oh, it's like okay. And what's funny about that, and he'll probably be in here in a minute if he ain't already in here. Um, I had we had talked about Dynam selling direct, months ago, and that was one of the places that Eric told me it wasn't a real, it's a scam website. You'll lose your money. And I'm like, okay. And I hadn't ordered anything from him, and then now he wants me to order that plane from him. I told him, I said, dude, I don't have an account with them. I don't know if I can have them drop ship. He wants me to order the plane under my account and have it drop shipped to him, which I've done from Banana and Hobby King and Horizon.
but I don't know if I have I don't have an account there, and I don't know that they'll do that or not. So I've been too busy to check. Um, I'll probably call them, or I'll probably check them Monday. I'll probably get online and create an account there and see what happens. But yeah, that's what I was looking at. Oh, it's got a wood. I didn't see the Woody Woodpecker on it. Okay, isn't that? He's got a cigar in his mouth. That's it. Doesn't Thrush Muffler use that that woodpecker to face with the cigar? Is that what I'm thinking? Um, Somebody used that face for their logo, and I can't remember if it was Thrush Mufflers or something else. Um, David yourself, what's up? How you doing, David? Lurking? Yeah, it's okay. Lurking's free. Well, anything's free. It's all free. uh, all of us foamy homies. Yep. Yeah, Philip says, yeah, Thrush Mufflers had a woodpecker with a cigar. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. I think it looks good. It definitely looks like a P-47 now. That's for sure. It's got P-47 written all over it. The orange or the yellow around the nose and on the tail, and then those stripes on the wings and on the fuselage. Oh, it's got the number 7 on it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think the stars and bars right over top of those 2 stripes on the fuselage would look cool as shit right there. And then just put them on the wings, normal location on the wing. I think it's on the top of the left wing and the bottom of the right wing. Is that correct? I think that's correct. But yeah, it looks good. I like it. The paint job come out. It looks really good. I mean, what paint you use on that? Because that looks really good. You're mostly clothed. Thank God. Eh, yeah, Greg, I can't believe I can't agree with you more. That if I have my own tire machines, and I wouldn't even attempt it without that. I used to mount tires without a tire machine, but I have my own tire machines. But even that's it's still a pain in the ass. But I don't trust anybody else. I'm so sick of the shoddy work that everybody else does. When I was dating, what do you guys call her? Wait a minute, let me think. Um, Barbdusa, I think was that the nickname you guys came up with for Barbara? Barbdusa? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, Barbara took her car over to Mavis, tire place, and when I went to buy the blue truck, she had a tire. She just had the tire fixed, and it kept going down. So we got back with the truck the next day. I broke it down on my tire machine, and they had ripped the inner bead, Barbzilla. Yeah, that's it. Um, they had ripped the inner part of the bead, and it got and it inflated it against the bead, between the bead and the tire and the wheel. So there was a piece of rubber in there, and so it was leaking like a sieve. And So I pulled the piece out, and then the tire seated, and I gave the piece to her, and I said, "Go back up to Mavis and tell them that this was in your tire, and it wouldn't hold air." Um, so they just you can't trust anybody today. The mechanic shops are horrible. So that's why I do all my own work still, and I'm until I when and I'll be honest with you, the day I can't do my own work anymore, I don't care if it takes a month. But when I finally just can't do it anymore, that'll be the day I get rid of all the cars, because I don't want to own cars like this and they have to pay somebody else to fix them. So that'll be my hot rod car days will be over when that happens, because I ain't doing it. And that'll be probably the same time I sell this property with the building and everything in it, and go live on a cruise ship. I don't know if you guys knew that, but you could actually live on a cruise ship. Um, Look at that, Michael Bear. That's your grooming, isn't it? Isn't that your grooming? What do they call that damn thing? And a little mini bike in front of it. Yeah, pit bike. That's nice, man. That's really pretty. Red, white, and blue. Nice color scheme. Uh, does anyone in here live near Orlando? I don't think so. Maybe. Well, RC Informer lives, Rich Baker. He lives closer to Orlando than I do. Um, that's about the only one in our immediate group that I can think of that lives over there. Um, why, David? What's going on in Orlando? I mean, I'm not that far away from it. It's not that big a deal. What do you got going on? Deuce is wild. What is going on, man? We haven't seen you in forever. I think your foamy homies are doing great, man. We're here. We're not queer, as far as I know, and I don't care if we are. um, are you coming down to see your what is it? Your brother-in-law, half brother? I think it's a half brother. Yeah. What's going on, David? From 6-1 to 6-3. Quest Diagnostics. What do you mean you've been elected to support? What exactly does that mean? Well, David, the field that you and I flew at is only about 20 to 30 minutes from Orlando. So we can meet there every day when you get done with your seminar or whatever. I want to hear more about this. What are you actually doing for Quest Diagnostics? But yeah, we can go every day. We can go flying, and there's cool restaurants right there in town. So it should only take you about 30 minutes.
to get to that field from Orlando. So showing your pretty face. Are you modeling some kind of new equipment that they are going to use or something? What? You're going to be one of Bob Barker's girls, you know? Yes, it's the yeah. uh, who are you working for? What company are you working for? Oh, are you working for Quest Diagnostic? Is that what, in like corporate? Not one of the satellite stores, but like a main guy. You got to come down and check out the what they're doing. Is this something new, or have you been working there a while? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know you worked for Quest. Software did you use to turn that picture into a animation? That's really cool looking. Yeah, how'd you do that, Mike? That's pretty cool. Oh God. All right, Deuces. Well, hey, I'm glad you stopped in, man. It's good to see you. Well, see you. Well, it's good to hear from you. Glad you got to go do some flying. What did you fly before you run off? What airplane did you get in the air? And inquiring minds want to know. Chat GPT. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Turbo Timber. How'd it go? Everything good? You haven't forgotten how to fly? No problems. Took off, landed safely. Everything's good. I won't run you over, Eric. You know you're my favorite turd, so don't worry. I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd. Yeah, I ain't gonna run you over. You're good. Well, good to hear it, Dave. That's great. Or Deuces, I'm sorry. Yeah, good to hear from you. Come back again. We're here every Saturday. So far, I've been able to keep it up. So, yeah, come on back. Tell us some more.
Oh, you want a Bearcat from Noons? Yeah? Well, that's cool. Yeah, good airplane. I have that airplane, but I don't remember. I don't remember who made it. I have that Bearcat. I just don't remember where it came from. I haven't flown that one in a while. Oh, the arrows. There you go. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Oh, you want it from me? Oh, okay. All right. Still in great shape. Good to hear. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I have one of those. I remember now. Um, God, I got so many airplanes. I can't keep them all straight. The one I was thinking of is the Corsair from Arrows that I changed the color scheme on. Um, I remember the Bearcat was just a standard blue, where they forgot to paint the back of the tail, which I thought was funny. Um, but yeah, is that right, Craig? You're getting another F7F, are you? Is it a used one or what? What are you getting? Where are you getting this one at? Yep. Take care, Deuces. We'll see you. It's good to see you, man.
Do you know that sugar with cinnamon and apples make you forget you ever had type 2? This is the strangest method I've ever seen.
Yeah, another one of those. What city am I in? I'm in Shady Hills, which is west of Tampa. The flying field's east of me. Of course, obviously, Orlando's east of me. Um, so you'll be coming west to go back the same field we were flying at together last time. You'll be coming west, and I'll be going east, and we'll meet in the middle. About the same distance for both of us. Um, so depending on what part of Orlando you're in, but yeah, not too difficult. And there's a back road that gets you there too, so you don't have to come over on I-4. There's a real nice back road that just brings you straight over, so you don't have to get in the I-4 parking lot. You can avoid that completely. So, is it brand new in the box, Craig, or has it been flown a few times? Uh-oh. What'd you get, Roy? Is this a new acquisition? Chevy Nova? Probably 70, 70. Looks like a 70, I'm thinking. Maybe a 71. Um, yeah, that looks all right. That doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look like there's a motor in it, though. Did the motor come with it? You got to put it back in, or are you going to power it, find your own power source for that?
Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? Uh, you could take me to Disney. That'd be cool. I can show you around some, some places that we're not allowed to go, but I could probably get us in. They're really not too. Um, I don't know. I mean, they act like they're real strict about it, but there's nobody checking. I mean, if you get caught, they're not going to be real happy with us, but you know. But I don't think we'll get caught because nobody checks. Oh, so you're not? What are you just storing it for him, or did he give it to you? Swap meet pricing. That's cool. Yeah, good for you, man. Built but not flown. Great. That's awesome. uh, okay, Michael Bear. God. Does he live close to you, Roy? He already has a motor for it. Well, that's good. Training too, I assume. No wing connectors. Huh. Well, 30 miles away is not far. What I'm sure you can get the wing connectors from FMS. Yeah, guys, that's their biggest selling airplane. So, Oh God. Some good car guy. Not you. Some other good guy car guy. More coffee, Kenny? Now I don't drink coffee, and I don't think it'd help. Yeah. No, just whipped. Just got back from church. We were playing dominoes. I got second. Didn't quite win it. Won it last week or last month. Um, got second this month. It's fun. I enjoy it. We have a good time at the church. You know, it's pretty much just a crack up while we're playing these things. Um, we're all picking on each other, and nobody's serious about it. It's we just have a good time. So a lot of fun. I hadn't put a car on the lift yet since I moved it, and I'm kind of excited about it. But I've just been too busy. I'm hoping that I can get these tires mounted tomorrow quickly, and then I can play with the lift. I'm hoping. So I I kind of ruined, well, not the car, but my the G8 that I 3D printed. I left it in the car yesterday, and the car itself's printed in PET G, so it has UV protection against the sun. But I forgot that the wheels are just PLA, so now I have four flat tires. the sun the sun melted them, and so it looks like there's four flat tires now. So I got to print new wheels now out of PET G instead of the PLA. I really didn't think of that. I just assumed. I knew I had painted the car in PET G. I was just forgetting that I didn't print the wheels in PET G, and so yeah, they they didn't survive. looks it looks pretty funny. They're cartoon flats, because the wheel's flat too, not just the tire. Oh well. Yeah, exactly. It looks like I parked it in the wrong neighborhood. Yeah, I picked it up and looked at it. I go, oh shit, I forgot this was out in the sun. Is it okay? And I'm looking at the car, and yeah, oh, yeah, it looks good. It's okay. Yeah, it didn't hurt it. And then I just looked at the wheel. I go, oh shit. Then I looked at all four wheel. Like, yeah, all four of them. Yeah, damn it. But they, easy fix. They come off just like this. Yeah, and I just have to print them again and push them into. I have to wrap them in a little bit of tape. They were a little the axles are a little bit small for the holes. on that car, not on this one, but yeah, and then just push them back on. So I think, let me look here. I think one of these actually is Pet G. Let me look. Yep, right here. So this gray is Pet G. So I'm going to print the wheels. Hell, I could do it tonight while we're in the show. I could actually do that, I think. So I can print the wheels in this, and then the sun won't affect them. And I'll just paint. I'll paint them probably with the paint I put on this. And then paint the tires black. Because I wasn't going to leave them black anyway. I hate black wheels. So that was just a quickie because I could I wanted to just see if the wheels, because I kept the other wheels kept failing. So I tried this other one and it worked fine. So yeah, so I can do that. And I'm going to print it with, I've got some, this is silver. I know this is PLA, so that wouldn't be any better than the other one. I think this is PLA. Yeah. Yeah, this is PLA. And then I just got another, bright silver roll of print. But I think it's, I'm pretty sure that's PLA also. Yeah, this silver here. Yeah, this is PLA also. So yeah, so that I'll have to print it out of the gray, and then I'll paint them silver, and then put black on the tires. Is that right, Michael? No shit. He has two T28s. Are they airworthy? Can they fly? So first week back at the farm, huh, Phil? Okay. Did the horses miss you? Do you have that kind of relationship with the horses? Are they excited to see you when you show up? That's awesome, Michael. That is just fucking awesome. Yeah. That's a plane I'd love to go for a ride in. Oh man, I'd love to go for a ride in a T-28 or an A1 Sky Raider. Either one. God, I just love both those airplanes. Yeah, how about that? Ryan did a flight review. You know, I couldn't believe it. I saw that and was like, oh shit, look at this. Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't forgotten how to fly an airplane. All he knows how to do right now is print 3D print bodies for trucks. And, well, the whole frames and everything. As a matter of fact, he's printing the whole damn thing. Yeah, yeah, I saw that. I couldn't believe it. He did a flight review. Investment ad things. No, I don't. I don't think I'm. What kind of investment? I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, I haven't even flown an RCT 28. Oh Christ, Mike, you don't know what you're missing. Um, Pretty certain Flight Test has a kit for a T28. I'm pretty sure. So you could build yourself a foamy. I keep forgetting to count. I did that count the other week about all the T28s I have. I keep forgetting I have that one from um, Pim's company. What the hell's the name of it? Jeff Flight Club keeps advertising for him. Anyway, I have a wooden T28. It's new in the box. I keep forgetting I have that. Yeah, that's coming up too. I got to build that one too. He's one of the first, Roy, but um, but I think he was the most um, because he was doing everything for motion, and they were coming out with a lot of airplanes. When motion started, they were selling E-Flight, FMS, Dynam. Um, they had all the other brands, and so Ryan was demoing all those brands back then for motion, and then slowly but surely, motion got free wing first, and of course the first free wing planes were prop planes, not jets. So I have a AT6 Texan from Free Wing. That's a prop plane, and there were a couple of those I can't remember. And then when Flightline came along, then Free Wing just started making jets, and Flightline took care of the. And I don't know if they're related or what the correlation there is, but yeah, at the beginning, Ryan was doing all that stuff for motion. Him and Bobby K. And then at the last minute, he was supposed to move to Atlanta because motion was going to move. I don't know if they moved to Atlanta or just had a satellite location in Atlanta. Ryan was all packed up, ready to go. And at the last minute, they changed their mind and hired James instead. Now he wasn't working for motion. He was just doing all these promos for, to get, YouTube's subscribers, get known, to become a personality that people know. on YouTube, and that worked. I mean, I think he's over 20,000 subscribers. I know. I think he might be close to 50 or over 50, but yeah. And then when Motion hired James, um, that kind of took a lot of the wind out of Ryan's sails, and he had to regroup. And now he works for Horizon, but he's not really doing anything for Horizon except this plane here, um, which I don't remember if was that even an E-Flight plane or was that from somebody else? I don't remember. Remember, it's small. I was kind of surprised how small it was. Um, but yeah, yeah. So I think Ryan was probably one of the first ones that I saw, but I know there were, I know now that there were guys there before him, but for some reason I got hooked up with Ryan. Um, well, I was watching his stuff almost from day one, him and Bobby. So yeah, he was on his way to be a big deal. Um, I believe he's still working for Horizon. He's still one of their support people, as far as I know. Um, and then he does the YouTube thing on the side. It does all this 3D printing stuff now, and I don't know. I don't watch a lot of. I've been to his show a couple of times the last couple months, but I don't follow him a lot. Um, so I don't know if he's gotten any kind of support from Bamboo because he uses their printer to send him any kind of free stuff or anything. I don't know. Um, and then I don't think Horizon's doing anything for him as far as other than his regular job. I don't think he's getting anything out of YouTube from them. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Is that right? I didn't know that. I didn't know James used to work for Hobby King. I've never seen James on Hobby King. Stewart was the big deal when I found Hobby King. I was Stewart was in charge there. I don't think I've ever seen James in any of the videos on Hobby King. So I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know James had a YouTube show for Hobby King. I don't think I ever saw that. Yeah, EQ's texted me about the ordering that plane for him. Just tell him, say, listen, just keep your panties on. I'm going to contact them. I got planes of my own I want to get from Dynam. So just give me a minute. I need half a minute. I'm busy. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to do it. I'm just busy. you know. So yeah, just hang tight. We're good. There's a couple of planes I want to order from Dynam, and I just haven't had a chance. Um, got a lot of balls in the air right now, guys. I'm telling you, it's Michael Bear. Real pilots don't wear those jackets, sunglasses, and big watches. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, Philip. Yep. Yeah, that's yeah, and then they fall apart sometimes too. Just ask Ryan. Not his marriage, but his deal with motion went out the window, which I was really shocked because he did so much for them. Good God. I better go look in the mirror. Oh yeah. Am I wearing sunglasses? If I got a jacket on? I don't even have a watch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. I mean, at one point, one of the big flying clubs, um, they wanted they were such a big deal at one point that this club paid them for an appearance to come down to their event, and it was the Ryan and Bobby K flying event, and they paid those two guys to come down there, all their expenses and everything, to come down so they could put their name on their advertisement. That was a big deal. I was impressed. That was a really big deal. And then we had the Pilot Ryan event down here at Imperial, um, and that was a pretty good deal too. Um, so yeah, um, I think I agree. I think it could still be a good deal. I think those guys could still make something. If they got back together and started doing what they were doing before. I think it would work. I think they could, really get, something's going again. Um, yeah, well, yeah, he was, I mean, he's a pilot for Qantas, um, and yeah, I think he enjoys dressing the part when he's going to fly for Qantas. So he puts on the full blues and everything. He's um, I think he's pretty proud of that he works for Qantas. I don't know about I mean he does fly occasionally. You could actually be on a Qantas flight and hi, this is John Travolta. I'm your pilot today. Could happen. I mean, he's definitely he definitely flies for them. So, but I don't know. I don't think he's. I think he wears it because he's proud to wear it, not because he's trying to you know promote anything. So, did you guys see that? Um, no, Michael, I think you're wrong. I'm pretty sure he is a Qantas pilot. From what I've read, he is a Qantas pilot. He goes over there. They put him in the simulator. He does all the same shit you do. He's serious about this shit. So, did an April's Fool joke. Did you guys see that? Where it was pretty good. I thought it was hilarious. He had me fooled. He said that they were flying a Concorde back to Britain. Oh no, from Britain to here, to put in a museum. So they refurbished this one of the Concords and got it, flight certified, and he had a ticket because his buddy was one of the ground crew or something, and so he went through this whole big thing, and it was pretty impressive. And he said he was at they flew in at JFK, and I guess there's a TWA hotel there. Is that right, Michael Bear? Is there a TWA hotel at JFK? Is TWA still an airline? I mean, or just a museum? I mean, I know there's a TWA office where you are, or something, but what exactly is TWA's standing right now?
Did none of you guys saw that guy do that gag, that April Fool's joke on the concourse? I thought it was pretty good. Yes, SI! What's up? How you doing, man? She did more than fuck up with Ryan. I mean, they fucked themselves pretty hard anyway. You know, about, I don't know, it's been probably 5 years now. They must have hired some bean counter that had them change their whole business profile, and they pissed off a shitload of people. So I'm not the only one that doesn't buy from them anymore. They lost a lot of business. Back then, um, I did a search online for top hobby, retailers, wholesalers,
and Motion was in number 3 position. Horizon was number 1. I think A Main was number 2, and Motion was number 3. Hobby King wasn't on the list. Top 10. Now, if you make that same search, Motion's not on the list. Hobby King is on the list. I think they're running around 7th or 8th. Motion's not even on the list anymore. So Motion fucked themselves up pretty bad with their that bean counter they hired that changed their whole business plan. So, and they haven't been able to recover from it. You know, they don't come out with that many new airplanes. They come out with a couple of new ones just now, but I mean, how many years did they go without even one new airplane? You know, they really hurt themselves. And they might be recovering, you know, it's hard to say, but they lost a lot of business. Yeah, they were. I agree. They were on their way to greatness. And, you know, they really shot themselves in the foot. The last plane I bought from them was a Skinetics plane, and it came with a bad servo in it. It took them almost a month to replace it under warranty. I replaced it, and not a month later, the second servo failed in that airplane. And that's the only thing I've bought from Motion in the last five or 6 years. And yeah, so I'm just not impressed. You know, I've got FMS airplanes that are 20 years old that everything still works in it, and you know, to have a plane that have as many problems as this one in 6 months was ridiculous. So yeah, I'm just not a fan. So anyway, that's just my opinion. I know a lot of you guys like Motion, and and this has nothing to do with Wes. I love Wes. I've been to his house a few times. He's a great guy. Him and Lori are great people. You know, I'm glad for him. He's living the dream we all want. You know, the fact that he's living it with Motion. Hey, you take what comes your way. Um, do I think he would jump ship if he had the opportunity to go to the Horizon, maybe, or somewhere else? Maybe. I don't know. But Wes does a great job for him, and he's loving life, and I don't blame him one bit. I would love to have his life. I don't blame him for what happened with Motion. He had nothing to do with it. That all happened before he went to work for him. So yeah, it has nothing to do with one. Has nothing to do with the other. I'm just not a fan of Motions anymore. I used to be. I bought everything there because when they were selling E-Flite and FMS and Dynam and all the other brands, that was my one-stop shopping. I was spending $10,000 a year at Motion, buying stuff, and I ain't spending any money there now. So, yeah, that's exactly right. Back then, Motion was great and Hobby King was shit. And now it's just the opposite. Hobby King's definitely putting out some great product. Their customer service is good now, very good. And I don't think Motion's putting out quality that they should be. Their prices are way too high. So yeah, it's a total flip for me. I wouldn't give you the time of day of anything from Hobby King, 6, 7 years ago. And I was buying everything from Motion, and now it's just the opposite. So all my money now goes to FMS Direct, Hobby King, Banana Hobby, and I'm not spending any money at Motion. So anyway, yeah, that's just my take on it. And at the time, it was all over the forums when they fucked me over. They fucked over a lot of people, Motion, and it was all over the forums that no, everybody's pissed at them. So, and I think they're still struggling to recover. So,
Yeah, Jeff, I know you said that the other day. I caught that. And that's great. I mean, it's definitely a pretty airplane. I'll give you that. Um, they did a nice job. I mean, it looks real good. Um, whether the servos are going to hold up and all that, I don't know. I'm not going to find out. I'm just not going to spend my money there. But yeah, I know you really like the B-25. So, well, I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really wasn't that impressed with the Avanti quality wise. Um, the Because I got one of the very first ones where the control horns pulled right off the control surfaces. So I lost my first Avanti, to that, and then I lost my second Avanti to a ESC that shut down, and I reused that ESC and lost my third Avanti to the ESC shutting down again. Um, and yeah, so I mean, I like the airplane; it flies real nice and everything, but they immediately. They knew they had a problem with that. They wouldn't do mine, and they did a lot of them under warranty, but they wouldn't do mine. Um, so I had to buy my replacement Avanti, but the control horns were pulling right off the surfaces. And they were this tiny little thin. Hell, I might still have a wing here that has that on it. As a matter of fact, there's an Avanti wing laying here somewhere. Probably one of the old ones. The Then they came back with the rebuilt with a refab, and it was a big. It was almost the size of a postage stamp. The gluing surface of the horn glued to the control surface, because they knew that they weren't holding, and several people had lost their airplane because it pulled off the surface. So yeah, the plane flew good. I like the way it flew. I wasn't that impressed with the quality of it, but I was impressed with the service. The customer service was good back then. So that was the one plane I had that was a free wing plane. I had several problems with other stuff from them that they took care of no problem. FMS, I had an FMS prop explode once after I balanced it and everything, and it blew apart. And they replaced it instantly. They went out of their way. They called me back. I sent them an email. They called me back and emailed me back that the replacement one was already in the mail. So I was really impressed with that. And that was the old days. That was back before they changed their whole, plan, their company profile, and then it just was like, I didn't even recognize who the company was I was dealing with. It was ridiculous. So anyway, but yeah, I crashed. I don't currently have a free wing Avanti that's flyable. I've got 3 crashed ones. And I could probably, no, I don't think I could put one together. I think all 3, the fuselage was lost. I've got wings, retracts, um, and I'm not going to replace it. I'm not going to buy another one. There's other companies making Avantis now, so but I'm not going to replace it again. Um, you wish Hobby, you wish the Dollar Tree would come out with a good $1.25 receiver. Is that one of those ones that would work? 60% of 30% of the time. Yeah, I wish they'd come out with one of those too.
So, it passed the tug test. It didn't pass the full elevator, probably 8 or 9G test. Neither did what everybody referred to as uh, the big MiG-29. The big one they came out with that I had everybody's elevator servos were failing. That was same thing. Another failure. They called it the big MiG-29. So yeah. Absolutely. The Michael Bird, you're right. There are good and bad in all companies. It's how they handle the problem, customer service wise. That's what I like. When FMS came out with the F-86 and all the air brake doors were burnt, the servos were burning up because they had them pre-adjusted at the factory wrong. They took care of all those. They couldn't do them as fast as they wanted to because they were overwhelmed. Just about every plane had a failure. The only ones that didn't were the guys that saw one of our videos and then decided before they plugged theirs in, they were going to unplug the air brake servo so they could test it and get it adjusted correctly so it didn't burn up. But if you didn't do that, your air brake servo would burn up. And but FMS took care of it. And that's some of the stuff that would Motion makes a big deal out of it. And they would make a big my biggest problem with Motion, listen, I bought two of and one's right there, the old Crow Flight line, or that might have been a Free Wing. I don't remember if it's Free Wing or Flight line, but the old Crow 1400 size P-51. And one of mine had gotten damaged from flying it a lot and stuff, and I wanted to refurbish it. So I bought brand new wings from Motion, and they came so damaged that literally it looked like somebody had run them over with a truck. They were just all crushed and wrinkled, and they were in horrible shape. And when they get their stuff, replacement parts, they're just bagged. They're not in a box. They're in bags, thrown in a bin. And every time they dig through the bin to get one out, they get tumbled over and, whatever. So I get my wings in the mail. They put them in a box and send them to me, and they're just horrible. And I contacted them and said, hey, these wings, I'm trying to make a show plane, put back together show condition. These wings are awful. I can't use these. And the email I got back from, which was not signed by anybody, had nobody's name on it. No, sorry to hear that, dear customer, nothing. Just a cut and paste of their foam policy, which is that if it's not, if it doesn't affect the flying ability of the aircraft, it's not covered. In other words, go fuck yourself. The wings will fly the airplane, and the damage on them that they look like shit is not covered under warranty. And I'm like, okay, fine. All right, that's how you want it. So I contacted them, and some man, not the guy I wanted to talk to, but somebody contacted me, called me, and and I told him I said, listen, these should have at least been in the damaged, they had a separate place for damaged wings sold at a discount. I said, you should at least offer me that. I mean, these things are ridiculous. So he agreed, and he said, okay, yeah, you're right. We'll do that for you. We'll mark them down to what we were selling the damaged stuff for. So I said, okay, fine. And all right, we'll send you a refund. And I said, okay, that's okay. All right, I'm okay with that. And then the next day comes back and says, well, they won't give you a refund. They'll only give you a store credit. I said, well, store credit's not going to do me any good because I ain't buying anything from you guys ever again. And that was the last time I bought anything from Motion RC.
because the garbage wing, and I still have them. I didn't use them. They're still laying here in their bags, been destroyed. I mean, they're not something I'm going to use. I ended up buying a whole airplane. I forget what happened. Um, I think I found it on Facebook or something. Somebody had one new in the box. I forget exactly, but I bought a whole new airplane. So now I have two full Old Crow P-51s, one sitting right there, and a pair of wings that I'll never use. You know, so. But yeah, I haven't spent it. I mean, other than that Skinetic plane that I bought that I'm totally unhappy with, I haven't spent any money at Motion, and that was the last straw there. I won't be buying anything from Motion. So, that was just total bullshit. I purposely bought brand new wings for a Hangar Queen. This is one of the planes I was gonna have hanging in the garage out here on display, not flyable. So I wanted it to look brand new, and it was those wings were in terrible condition. So I probably sent them 30 pictures of all the damage on both the wings, and all I got back was that copy and pasted store policy on foam, and as long as it doesn't affect the flyability of it, it's not covered. So, yep, I still have my Twin Kings. Yep, both of them. And I've got new elevators right here they're here in a box somewhere. I bought replacement elevators that came damaged. So they sent me another set of elevators. That's Hobby King. No problem. Didn't hassle me at all. Just sent me another set of them. And I need to get the cowls for the in the cells. The plastic cowls. I don't think this is one of them. Here's a turbine exhaust. But I don't remember what airplane this goes to. I don't think it's that one. I think those were shiny silver. But that's what this is. So I don't know what airplane this is, but this is an exhaust for a turboprop airplane. So, yeah, I love the King Air. That's a great airplane. You can get them at General Hobbies now. I know Hobby King's not selling anymore, but you can still buy parts from Hobby King. But if you go to General Hobbies, they have it. You can buy it through them. Well, I've heard, Michael, that they're getting better, that they're trying, you know, but too little, too late for me. I'm just not going back to that. There's too many other airplanes out there that I like way more than this anything Motion's putting out. So yeah, we all got that, Michael. Yeah, we're all aware of stupid autocorrect. We read between the lines. We figure it out. Yeah. Everybody thinks I was mad because my T-33 went in on the maiden flight, and and I took some of the responsibility for that because I put shitload of lights in it, which they make a kit for, by the way. And we were at a Zoom one night, and James was in there, and I asked him, hey, you guys sell a kit to put lights in these airplanes? And he says, yeah, we do. He was all excited about it. And I said, but if I put those lights in the airplane, doesn't that void the warranty? He goes, yeah, it does. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, it's, because the ESC's not, it isn't made for the light kit. So you sell a light kit for the airplane, but if you put it in the plane, it voids your warranty on the plane.
well, yeah, because you're modifying the plane. It doesn't come with lights in it. I'm like, okay. So I thought that was, he came right out and said it. Like, oh, well, okay. It seems kind of counterintuitive to me. You sell a light kit that makes your airplane cool and better and everything, but if you put it in the plane, it voids the warranty on the plane because you modified it. Well, okay. So why did they? You won $50 on their show about a month ago. Is that what you're talking about? And they turned it into $200. What happened? What transpired there? What happened? What caused that? Yeah, I haven't had. I've heard a lot of bad things about Traxxas too, Philip. I haven't had any experience with Traxxas. I don't own anything that's Traxxas. I haven't bought. I was gonna buy a John Force drag car from Traxxas, but I've never bought anything from Traxxas, so I can't I can't confirm or deny that. But I've heard the same thing about Traxxas. Okay, yes doesn't really answer my question. Why did they turn $50 into $200? And you gave that to Reckham Roy, didn't you? Didn't you give that to Reckham Roy because you weren't going to use it? And then they turned it into $200? I want to hear the rest of this story. What happened there? What transpired to make that all happen? You changed one tooth. So what did you do? You changed the pinion on the motor, and then because the motor's adjustable, I assume, like it is on most cars, and you readjusted it. So you changed the tooth on the pinion by one tooth, the count, and then something happened, and they said you avoided the warranty. Okay, so the voucher didn't work, but it was a $50 voucher, and then they gave him two $100 vouchers, or did it go from $50 to $100? I'm confused. I know it doesn't take much. I know the IQ here is a little on the low side, but so when the voucher didn't work, they gave Roy a voucher for $200. Okay, all right. So yeah, they didn't have to do that. That was pretty nice of them. I'll give you that one. That was pretty nice of them. Yeah, yeah. So have you bought any more Traxxas stuff, Philip? After that? Yep. Nope. Yep. So now you know how I feel about motion. Same thing. They and I wasn't alone. I mean, like I said, it was all over the forums. Everybody was pissed at motion, and still are because they haven't recovered. You know, and some of you guys like their product, and some of us don't. So that
It is. There's a lot of you guys I know that don't like Banana Hobbies or Hobby King either. And I've always been a Banana Hobby guy because it's like buying a Dynam airplane. I don't expect FMS quality. I'm not paying FMS prices. I'm paying a lot less for a Dynam airplane. So I can appreciate what I'm getting for the price I'm paying. And because it requires a little hobbying, I'm okay with that. I made that choice when I bought the Dynam, product, that I knew I was going to have to do a little hobbying. Same thing with the LX model stuff that Banana sells. Yeah, it's not the greatest, but it's way cheaper than other stuff, and I just have to do a little hobbying. So I'm prepared for that. But I don't want to have to pay $600-700 for an airplane and then have to hobby it. It's $600 or $700. It better come out of the box perfect. And they don't. So that's where my problem is. You quit buying Temu airplanes. Yeah, I bought some super cheap Temu drones, and I was flying one on the show one night in here when I was over there and the green screen was on. I flew it out in the that was before all this was built, and I flew it out in the shop out there and then brought it back, and yeah, they were cheap little, and they had a camera on it and everything. Could fly with my phone, watched three FPV, and and I only paid like $13 for it. And it came with like 3 battery packs, had like a 6 or 7 minute flight time, and I thought it was worth $13. It was a cheap Mavic copy, and I knew that when I bought it. But like I said, I only paid like $13 for it, so I was okay with it. I bought 3 of them. I bought an orange one, a black one, and a white one. I don't know if you guys remember that. And I flew all of them off the desk, and they flew pretty good. They self-stabilized real good, and they did relative. They didn't have any GPS hold, but it had stabilization. And in here, you can level it and stop it, and it would sit there, and it would drift a little, because it's it doesn't have a GPS, and it wouldn't be able to read it inside the building anyway. But but I thought they did okay. So, I value what I buy by, all right, what did I get for my money? I didn't spend a lot of money on it. And those drones definitely exceeded my expectations at $13. I thought these things did great for $13. So I'm perfectly happy with that. And all the Dynam planes, every one of my Dynam planes flew great. None of them ever flew bad. So I had to do some modeling. I had to do, glue the pilot in it, glue the pilot seat in it, put decals on it, that kind of stuff. Where an FMS plane comes out of the box and all you do is to put some screws in it and screw it together. Dynam required more. Put the windshield on it or the canopy. You had to do a little bit of gluing and decaling. But, the price of the plane was about half what a hobby, an FMS plane would be. So, but yeah, there's, Temu sells some good stuff and they sell some real crap. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But it's not all crap. So you just, buyer beware, that we've all heard that term. So, you just have to be careful it's Amazon's the same way. I mean, you can get crap off of Amazon, same thing. They tend to carry a better quality of stuff than Temu, but some of the stuff they carry is crap too, so you just have to make sure you do the research and make sure what you're buying. Like a perfect example, I was on Amazon because of the wheels I'm going to be mounting, right? So I want to do lug nuts. The lug nuts that are on my Pontiac right now are just hexed steel with a hole all the way through them lug nuts. And they're not chromed or anything. They're just rusty steel lug nuts. So they're ugly as shit. They're real long ones. They stick out past the wheel. They're all just full rust color. There's no chrome on them or nothing. They look like shit. So I ordered new lug nuts from Amazon. And the ones I picked first, I read the file. And when I got down near the bottom, there was a little message there that said, RC car show, more of an airplane show. Let's see, what's this name here? Came to be inspector, something like that. Welcome to the show. Yeah, more. It's mostly RC airplane stuff, but yeah, we do RC cars, and we do it all. We do everything RC, and some full scale stuff, and yeah, we kind of do it all here. Nothing's off the table. You can ask questions about anything. But mostly it's an aviation, RC aviation. That's the main thing. So anyway, I down at the bottom it said there's been a high return rate of these lug nuts for I forget the terminology they used, but basically for poor quality was the message. It didn't say that, but that's what you interpret when you read it. And then they suggested a different brand. So I went to that brand, and they were only like $1 more. And I went to that brand, and I read that one, and there didn't seem to be any bad marks about it. Nobody had anything negative to say about it. High return rate on the other ones. Yeah, there's a very high return rate on these lug nuts for quality issues. And but here's another one maybe you'd like. So those are the ones I bought. So if you do a little of the reading, you can decipher whether it's a good product or not. Yep, I've got 3 3D printers. I do a lot of 3D printing. I have not printed, which is funny too, because the original reason I bought a 3D printer was to print a 3D airplane. And I haven't done that yet. Because after I bought the printer and started adding up how much it was going to cost in filament to print an 80 millimeter jet, F-86 jet was the plane I wanted to print, and then outfit it with everything it needs to fly it, I could buy a foam one cheaper. and it already comes painted and decaled, and so I kind of backed off on wanting to. I still kind of want to do it, but I'll probably just do it for display. I probably won't fly it. But yeah, I think it was going to take 4 rolls of filament. So the airframe alone was going to cost me $100, basically. And, and then I still would have to glue it together, paint it, and put the hinges in it, buy hinges and, landing gear, everything, servos, ESCs, and I just started adding it all up, and I'm like, well, shit, this is going to cost more than just buying a regular airplane that I can go fly. So I backed off on it. But that was the original reason I bought a 3D printer. I watched this guy do a 3D print of an F-86, and it blew my mind. I said, oh man, I got to do that. So I got to get a printer. And then when I got the printer, that's when the reality hit me. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll think this over. Yes, man, I do believe that Dynam's making better quality now, and I'll tell you why. And you can go look at it yourself. I did a video on that's the only free airplane I've ever gotten, and that's not why I like Dynam. I've liked Dynam the whole time. I've always been a fan of Dynam, even when the quality, even though the stuff flies good, the visual quality was not great way back when, and I'm talking 10, 12 years ago. If you go to the PT-17, which is their Sturman, I did a video, and then I did a photo spread video of that airplane. And the quality of that plane was fantastic. And you can go look at it. It flew fantastic. I did have to mess around with building it. It didn't lay the way they wanted you to build it, which I thought was a little hinky, but
you were supposed to put the spar to glue the top wing with the top wing together. You were supposed to put the spar in a trough and then sandwich a piece of foam on top of it. I think it was from underneath. So you would flip it upside down, put the spar in, and there were foam cradles that the spar was going to lay in, and then you take a piece of foam cut to fit in this block over top of it, and you press it in. And then there were two plywood reinforcers, one on each wing, and those didn't line up right. So when I put the spar in there, it was teetering on the wood, and the foam piece that fit down into it didn't fit all the way down into it, and it was just not right. It was off a little bit. And I'm like, okay. So what I ended up doing is I just took my Dremel tool and I weeded down the plywood until it sat in the, flush all the way across. And then I added a lot of epoxy in the area where the plywood was to the carbon fiber, spar. And I made sure I had it on a nice flat table like this when I glued it together. And I put the piece in and I put weights on top of it. And I made sure it was nice and everything was, there wasn't any twist in it. It was nice and flat and straight and everything. But yeah, I had a little trouble putting that wing together. But when it was done, it looked fantastic. And it's got lights in it that, Dynam's lights never worked back in the day. They never told you what the voltage was, and the voltage was different on every colored bulb. Same like Freewing, by the way, and Flightline. That's what the blue box is for. I'll get back to that. So finally I got somewhere, somebody had posted on a forum that the white lights were only like 2.5 volts. The red lights were like 3.2 volts. And the green lights were like 4 volts, something like that. So if you plugged them into this receiver, which is at 6 volts directly, they'd all pop like flash bulbs. The LEDs would just pop. And I'm like, well, that's shit. So on one of my other planes, I only did the one, and then I hooked it to a AA battery, and it didn't pop the bulb, but the bulb was so dim that it looked like it wasn't even hardly on. And I had the correct voltage. And I'm like, so if I increase the voltage and make it brighter, it's going to pop. So I was very disappointed. And the lights never even came with a plug on them. You couldn't plug the lights in. You had to solder a plug onto it or whatever, however you were going to hook it up to power. And they didn't discuss any of that in the instructions. So that was one thing about Dynam I used to hate. Even though, and I was okay with it. It was like, I didn't spend a lot of money for this airplane, so I'm just gonna let that go. But that was one of the little pet peeves that used to piss me off. Well, this thing came with a light board, and you could plug it in two ways. You could make the lights flash or solid on, and you could have them flash together like this, or you could have them flash like this. Or you could have them solid on. They were bright as hell. They had plugs on them, and it came with all these harnesses, different Ys to get it to do the double blink or the single blink, and I was so impressed with the light, and the instructions told you how to put them in, and I was like, oh my god, this is night and day. I mean, holy shit! So it's got nice bright lights on it, and yeah, so I was very impressed with that airplane. So I could, now that I moved the lift, I could probably get to it if you want me to go get it. I think I can get to it. It's going to be dirty. I'll have to clean it, but yeah, I really love that airplane. That's the last Dynam plane I bought. Well, I didn't buy it, and they sent it to me for free to do a video with it, and so I did, and super impressed with that airplane. So yeah, has Dynam's quality gotten better? Absolutely. Is it perfect? No. You're still going to do a little modeling. But yeah, it's definitely better. So I might look into the
the Amazon drone program when they come to Tampa. Last I heard, Michael Bear, that Amazon had dropped their any idea of doing drones. UPS and Amazon both canceled their they're not going to do drones. Now it's been a few years, maybe they've changed their mind, um, but yeah, they cut their losses on the drone delivery program idea. Too much liability. They didn't want to get involved in it. So I don't think they're going to do it. I could be wrong. This has been a few years. Maybe things have changed and maybe they've changed their mind. I don't know. But the last I heard, both UPS and Amazon have already said we're done. We're not doing the drone thing. So you can order from Amazon right now and they'll deliver it with a drone. Is that what you're saying, Michael Bear? Okay, Michael, I just Googled it, and right now they're only doing it in Kansas City, where you live, and a couple of cities in Texas, and that's the only place they're testing the waters on the drone program. So they're still, they're back into. Well, we're going to look into this again, but you just happen to live where they're the one place they're testing. They're in Texas. That's it. That's the only place they're doing it right now. So I don't foresee them coming to Tampa anytime soon. Um, and you had to pay extra for the drone delivery? Wow. Are you a Prime member? Yeah, I'm familiar with the resin printers, Michael Bird. They're not. That's not something I'm going to ever get into. They do a better job, more detail, all that, but it's the chemicals are toxic. They're very hard to deal with. You have to do a curing process after you print it. It's way more work than I want to deal with to get a little better quality. Our FDS or whatever they call them, filament on whatever, are plenty good for me. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing the resin thing. Just too much uh, too much extra stuff. The chemicals aren't cheap. They're volatile. They probably have a shelf life. Yeah, that's not something I want to do. Not interested. I mean, it's cool and everything. I mean, I've watched it happen and it looks cool. And yeah, it will make a better quality, especially small stuff. But I'm not interested in that.
See, I get next day delivery here, Michael Bear, free, as a Prime member, and I ordered. As a matter of fact, I got the lug nuts. I ordered new lug nuts for, or no, I ordered tire pressure sensors for Deb's car and mine last night at. It had to be after 10 o'clock last night, and they were here. They were here this morning before 11. So, and it was no extra charge. No drone service, just a driver. So yeah, it wasn't. Um, okay, well, here's the problem with that. What is this? At R7MQ. Welcome to the show. Here's the problem. A foam board is not. It's not. Oh God, hang on a second. Let me get my wits about me here. It's the wrong kind of foam. Now, will it work? Yes. Um, will it hold up well? Not as good as regular good foam. And I'm trying to remember the letter. Guys, help me out here. What are the three common foams that we use on our airplanes? Because I'm having a senior moment at the moment. AS, OSP. I don't remember. There's some damn, and I'm just drawing a blank at the moment. But there's three different kinds of foam that are generally used in foam airplanes. Yeah, EPS, EPO. Isn't one? I think the other one's EPP. I think so. So foam board that you can buy and then like hot wire cut, or just sand. It's going to either be EPS or EPP foam, not EPO foam. And the EPO foam is the foam that's very structurally strong and has the ability to rebound when you squish it and stuff. Where the other stuff is more like a cooler, like a foam cooler. So it's very fragile when you bang it around and stuff. So and yeah, is it going to be durable? Not as durable as EPO foam. Not even close. But can you build a cheap airplane out of it and fly it around and have a good time? Absolutely. Yep, you can. But is it going to hang around for a long time, years? Not really. I have an example of exactly what I'm talking about. I have a flight test plane that was built with foam board from um, Dollar Tree. Where is that thing? Uh, I may go get it if I can think where it might be. So the uprights, there were wingtip verticals on it that pretty much fell apart. They didn't last at all. The rest of the plane was covered in like contact peel and stick contact paper to give it some rigidity. Is the plane still together? Yeah. Will it still fly? Yeah, probably. Does it look good? No. It looks like a piece of crap. Um, but it was cheap to make out of foam board. So, it just depends on what you want it for. If you're just looking for something that, like, you want to send it on a mission, you're going to put a camera on it and you're going to put one of those flight controllers in it that you can program to fly a route, and it can fly out miles and fly a course and come back. Yeah, it'd be great for that, because it's not, but if you wanted to set it on your shelf and look really cool and go fly, no, yeah, that's not what you want to do, because the quality of it's not going to hold up. Even if you spend a lot of time making it look real nice, over time, that foam just isn't gonna. It's not going to hold up. It's gonna deteriorate. It's gonna get fuzzy. It's gonna do things that are not going to stay nice looking like an EPO foam would. So it just depends on what you want to do with it. You got to weigh it out. If you're looking for a sacrificial lamb type of a thing where you want to send it on a mission to get some good aerial footage, and you're not going to have it displayed or anything. Yeah, it'll work for that. It'll do good for that. Be perfect for if you wanted to send a bomb like into Russia. Perfect for that, because it ain't coming back. Yeah, but if you're looking for a pretty airplane that's going to maintain its looks and stay now, just stay with the EPO. Yeah, Michael Bear, I was in Walmart's parking lot one day. They were demonstrating their drone stuff that they're planning. And this has been a couple of years. And I asked them, I said, so what's the reality here? Is Walmart really going to, use these? And he says, well, we're working on it. Okay. And they're still working on it. And it's been a couple of years easy since I talked to these guys in the parking lot. So, and you and I both know that anytime somebody comes out with a cheaper version of whatever the hell they're flying, they're going to go with it to save more money. And what's going to end the whole thing is as soon as but it doesn't matter if UPS or Walmart or Amazon has a crash, has some kind of a problem, hits a kid, falls out of the sky, lands on a kid, the whole thing's over. That'll be the end of it. The FAA will crack down on them, and that'll be the end of it. It's gonna take one incident. That's all it's gonna take, and it's gonna shut the whole thing down. So we'll wait and see how this goes. That's why Walmart, or not Walmart, but UPS and Amazon years ago said, no, we're done. We're out of the delivery business. And that was probably 5 or 6 years ago. Now I know that in Washington State, somebody I talked to out there told me that there's a sandwich shop that delivers sandwiches using one of these drones. Okay, so it's being done, but it's not being done on a big scale yet, and I don't think it ever will, honestly. And like I said, the first time there's an accident, it's going to shut that whole thing down. So we're just waiting for that day when a drone hits a tree or a guide wire to a phone line or something, falls out of the sky, because these things are gigantic. We're not talking about these little drones that you and I would fly around. These things are massive big, and they drop a litter on a cable that would be big enough to hold this. Okay, so you put a litter around this. It has a door that opens like this from underneath to drop this out of the bottom of it when it comes down. Okay, and then this whole thing goes back up into the mothership and flies away. If one of those things falls out of the sky, it's going to hurt somebody, because it's not some little pound and a half. It's a big son of a bitch. So yeah, so I don't see it happening. So, and they're talking about having Ubers. This is the big plan. This is why we're losing our airspace, guys. Our 400-foot airspace is they want to be able to have a corridor for Uber. Where it's going to land in your driveway, and you're going to get in this pilotless drone, and it's going to take you to the mall or to the grocery store or wherever you tell it to take you, without a pilot on board. And I'm not getting in one of those. I don't, you guys can do whatever you want, but I'm not getting in one. So, hey Raymond, what's up? How you doing, man? So that's just, I love my cars. I'll just drive my car down to the store, or I'll just stay home and order it online, and have them deliver it. Yeah, I'd rather walk it. Yeah, me too. So, but that's exactly where they're headed with this. That's why we're losing they want everybody to register their airfields so they know where these airfields are, so that when the people mover drones start flying people around, they don't fly into airspace dedicated to a flying field for RC airplanes to have a conflict. Okay? So, so that's coming too. Now, they've been talking about that for longer than they've been talking about the delivery shit. And like I said, Amazon gave that up many years ago, and so did UPS. So I guess Amazon's taking another look at it, and they're testing it right now. They're still in the testing phases. So, and I don't know how long they're going to test before they're going to, how many close calls have they already had? How many failures? Have they had crashes? Nobody's been hurt yet. It's been on the news. But have they had failures? Have they had somebody come out, grab a hold of the cable and yank the thing out of the sky? Who knows? So we'll wait and see how this goes. But I have a feeling it's not going to go. So I seriously doubt that this will ever. Well, not in my lifetime. I don't see it happening. Maybe 100 years from now, if the planet Earth's still here and we're not living on Mars, maybe, I don't know. But I don't think we're going to see it in my lifetime. I just don't believe that people are going to just be dying to get in a pilotless aircraft or drone and have it fly them somewhere. So. Yeah, Michael Bear, that's if you really want the real story, Google it on YouTube here, and go watch what happens to people in California and where they're using these taxis regularly, and see how often they just stop in the middle of the road and they're lost. They don't know where they're supposed to go. And you got traffic flying around you on both sides in a little shitbox car, and the thing's just stopped because it's lost. It's lost its way or whatever. Or this one was, I watched a video the other day. This woman had a pizza delivered by one of these little cart things. It looks like a baby carriage that automated runs down the road or the sidewalks or whatever. And it was on the wrong side of the road at the house across the street. And it was stopped there trying to deliver this pizza. And she's standing on her doorway over here, and the damn thing's over there, and it's just sitting there because it doesn't know you're supposed to come out, so I'm supposed to walk across the road to go get my pizza, So she wasn't happy with her delivery service. But yeah. It's something that we're gonna all watch together and laugh or cry or whatever we decide to do with it, or maybe you're gonna patronize it. I don't know. I know it's not going to be a part of my life. I have no use for that at all. So I won't be signing up for that service. the yeah, you had to register your field. Yeah, yeah. I know they've been using it for quite a while in the medical uh, delivery, but it's flying from one hospital to another, or it's flying from a hospital to a transfer station and to another hospital. And these drones are like the ones the military is using. These are high dollar, super, big, and they have a whole system, because if you need a heart flown from Tampa to Atlanta to save a person's life, they're going to put it in one of these drones and they're going to fly it there. And and I believe they're using some kind of catch system like a net. So the drone flies into the net, it captures it, comes down to the ground, you tear it out of the net, take your body part, a heart, whatever's in there, and get it in the surgical room. And I know that they're using that. And you, again, look it up on YouTube, guys. Everything I'm talking about, there's videos on it. You go watch it. It's fascinating. It's really fascinating. But I don't think in certain things I see it. It may be useful, but I think in general, no, I don't think it's going to work. Okay, so are these driverless Ubers on the ground or flying Ubers? What are we talking about here? Ground based. Okay. So let me ask you this, Michael, because this is all testing. Even though they signed a contract, with Raven to do thousands of these things, that doesn't mean it's going to work. So how many times would it take you to get in one of these driverless Ubers and have it take you to the wrong location or not get you there at all? It breaks down, stops, gets confused, gets in an accident, whatever. You don't make it to your destination. How many times is it going to take you to go through that before you're going to stop using it? I mean, are you going to accept the risks of this kind of stuff happening and say, oh, well, it'll do better next time? Or are you going to say, never again? And then how many other people are going to feel the same way? How many people are going to get driven to the wrong destination or have an accident, or the thing breaks down and they have to get out of the thing in the pouring rain, in the middle of the road, in the middle of nowhere? How many times is that people are going to go through that before they say, no, I ain't going to do this? Yeah, I feel the same way, Michael. I would never get in an Uber of any kind, a flying one or on the ground one, that doesn't have a person behind the wheel. No thanks. I'll drive myself. Well, see, Michael, here's exactly why that's never going to work. And I know we already have driverless vehicles, okay? Or where you can be in the car. Right now, I think they still make, the thing's looking at your eyeballs to make sure you're not sleeping. If you fall asleep, it wakes you up, or it stops driving. It'll pull over. So you still have to be, but I've already heard that they're taking that away now. Even if you fall asleep, it'll keep driving anyway. But the only way that's going to work perfectly is if every single car on the road has to be on that same network. Everybody's got to be talking to each other. Every car has to have this capability in it, and that will never happen. we will never live in a society where every car, because too many people like me that drive old cars, okay, that have antique cars, show cars, that's still street legal. And when you have that non on the network computer vehicle in the mix that they can't calculate or anticipate what that random car is going to do, it's not going to work. Now, if we ever got to the point where we're all living in, again, it's not going to happen in my lifetime, but maybe 100 years from now, every car like my old cars will be off the road because they'll just be too obsolete. We may not even have roads anymore. Everything has to fly, whatever. I don't know. The Jetsons. But as long as there's non-network vehicles on the road driving with driverless network vehicles, there's always going to be that risk. And so that's why it's never going to work. Okay. Now, perfect example is the accident that happened at LaGuardia. Okay, because there were no transponders in the fire trucks. They had the whole network set up there for that safety thing, and it would have worked perfect if everybody was on the network and the fire trucks were not. And that's why we had an accident. Okay, simple as that. And it was because the Port Authority that's in charge of the fire trucks didn't want to spend the money to put transponders in their truck. Even though the airport's already on the system, has the full system operating, all the planes and everything are on board, but anything but the Port Authority, which is the fire trucks and stuff, is not on the system. So the system failed because you had vehicles that aren't on the system. And that's always going to be the case. As long as they're still allowing antique cars like what I have to drive on the roads, then the system will never be foolproof. There's always going to be that random car that I'm driving, a human being's driving, that's not on the network, and they can't anticipate what I'm going to do. Now, when everything's talking to each other, and I mean everything, yeah, it'll probably work. Although we all know computers, do have problems. They're not infallible. But yeah, if everything is working, yeah, that's probably true too. Wait a minute. But they're still using, okay, perfect example too, that you say that. Why is LaGuardia still flying in and out of it? Why haven't they shut that airport down? I mean, from what I understand, it's one of the most dangerous airports to fly in and out of. And you're pretty much taking your life in your own hands to even take a flight in or out of that place. And yet, they haven't shut it down, and people are still willing to get on board an airplane that flies in and out of LaGuardia. So, but that's a perfect example of, so, they already know that that's a high risk, and that this very thing that happened could, just like the helicopter, and the airliner crashing into each other. I think that was at JFK, or was that where it was, or Ronald Reagan, or wherever it was. I mean, they've had 1,500, I think, or was it 15,000 close calls over the last 10 years or whatever, and yet they were still letting these guys fly within 75 feet of each other in controlled airspace. That's just ludicrous. I don't care who you are. That's just fucking ludicrous. The guy, the FAA guy that was in charge and said that's acceptable should be tarred and feathered. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So, yeah, Air India is another one. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm not saying it's not coming, but I don't think it's gonna have way more problems than they're anticipating. And when it finally rears its ugly face, then we'll see what happens. First time some kid on a tricycle gets hit by a drone delivering a pizza, we'll see what happens. Because you know what the media is going to do with it. I mean, they're going to blow this out of proportion ridiculously, and then everybody's going to be, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You know, I mean, we all know that's what's going to happen. I guess it hasn't happened yet. I haven't heard it in the news yet, but it's coming. It's going to happen, and then we'll see how fast everybody bails, like Amazon and UPS, when that kind of liability becomes real. Whether they want to keep continuing to use that kind of program. Yeah, I agree, Michael. I'm sure it's happening, you know, but for how long? Just because they're signing up for it doesn't mean it's going to be a success. Okay, and how fast are they going to bail out of it when they have a problem? The first time one of these things crashes, damages $1 million Bugatti car in a driveway, or hurts or injures a kid. You know, how fast are they going to jump ship and get the fuck out of that business? You know, that's the real test. Just because they want to try it out, you know, they've signed up to try it out, doesn't mean it's going to work. So we'll just have to wait and see. Go watch the Uber, the carless, you know, the driverless taxis that are out in California and shit, and watch the videos. It's hilarious where these things are honking at each other because that's how they signal to each other that they're, you know, that you have to go first or whatever, and they're confused. They can't even park themselves back in their own parking lot because they get confused. I mean, it's hilarious to watch these stupid things trying to do what they're supposed to be able to do, and how badly they're failing every day. So there's a lot of bugs to work out. Do you think you're as a pilot? Do you think we'll ever have pilotless airplanes? Do you think you're going to lose your job to a you know, AI? Blade Runner. You know, I've never been a fan of those movies. I'm sorry. I just don't get it. I can't. I just can't wrap my head around um, what the hell's going on in that movie. You know, I've watched both of them once. You know, the first one and the remake, and um, I just can't wrap my head around it. I guess I just need to watch it more times, but I just don't like it. It's not. It just doesn't interest me enough that we even want to watch it again. Um, I don't know. I just that movie just, you know, and the reason I know so much about it is because of the gun that was used in it, and guys like um, Savage. What's his first name? Um, Christ, I can't think of his name right now. Really, I'm so tired. I'm having another senior moment. Adam Savage. You know, has you know, recreated the gun from Blade Runner, and you know, and he's spent a lot of money on different versions of it that he's bought that somebody else made, and then he made his own. And he bought a 3D printer, a mega dollar resin 3D printer, and it's in his cave now. And I haven't watched a lot of his stuff lately to see how much he's used it, but I know he was using it, that he was testing out something I think he was actually testing it out on Blade Runner stuff. As a matter of fact, I think he was trying to print a Blade Runner gun with his resin printer. But yeah, I've watched a lot of that stuff. Um, what are you talking about with Snipes, Wesley Snipes? Which movie do you think he's in that you're talking about?
The world's first cargo drone. The world's first cargo drone airline.
Is Wesley Snipes in Blade Runner? I know Harrison Ford's in it. Um, I'm thinking you're thinking of Demolition Man. Yeah, with Stallone and Snipes. I don't know. He might be in Blade Runner. I don't know. I like I say that there's just something about those movies that just don't interest me. I can't. Yeah, I've tried to watch them, and I just can't get into it. I know a lot of people are really into that stuff, and I don't know. I just can't get into it. I can't follow the story. I can't figure out what the hell's going on in the story. Like Harrison Ford's out at that food truck or whatever outside, and they're on the street talking and yeah, I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. What's he trying to go to or do or who is he trying to say? I can't. I don't know. I just can't comprehend what's going on. I don't know. Let me look it up and see who's in it. I don't know enough about this movie if Snipes is in it or not. So let me look. He's not in the main cast layout. Let me look here. Daryl Hannah's in it. Really? Wow. I didn't know that. Um, no, I don't see. He's not in the first list of actors, and he's a headliner, so he would be in the first bunch of actors, and he's not there, so I don't think Snipes is in it. I mean, there's a lot of people in this movie, but
none of them that I really recognize. Um, I didn't know Daryl Hannah was in it. That's funny. I have such a hard time following that movie. Yeah, I really don't know. Edward James Olmos. Yeah, he's a familiar actor. I know him from other stuff. I think he was in Battlestar Galactica. I think. Um, yeah, pretty much everybody else. I really don't know. But I don't see Snipes here, so yeah, I don't think he was in it. He would be in the first row there. I mean, Harrison Ford's the lead, first actor they list as cast, and I'm looking at the first 20 people, and Snipes ain't there, so he would definitely be in the first top 20 actors in the movie, unless he had a very small part in it. So yeah, I don't think Snipes was in it. Yeah, I think you're thinking of Demolition Man. Yeah, he was a big actor in that movie, and it was kind of, in my opinion, it was a similar type setting, futuristic, but I. All right, so since we got on the movie thing here, here's one that I never got. So tell me, guys, how you think about this. Why is it that Star Wars, which I love, don't I'm not picking on it in any way like I don't love it. I love Star Wars, okay, but why are they in settings in the future where everything's a flying spaceship or a hovercraft on the ground? Nothing has wheels on it. Everything either flies or hover. Even if it's hovering, it's flying. And we have all this technology to go in outer space and fire laser weapons and everything. But none of the buildings that they're ever in have windows, glass, air conditioning. Everything's open air. There's no such thing as air conditioning in the future. There's no doors. There's no, like automatic doors that open. Everything is open air, on the ground and even the big buildings. The spacecraft comes in and docks, lands on a dock station, and they get out of it into an open air hangar and walk into an open air, area that they're going to sit down and discuss their whatever. And there's no windows, no doors, no air conditioning. What's with that? I don't get that part of it. At least on Star Trek, everything's indoors. They have rooms with walls and paintings and glass and obviously air conditioning but that in Star Wars, there's none of that. So I don't get that. That this has always baffled me. What is going on there that they don't have air conditioning in the future in Star Wars? Spandex doesn't sweat. maybe so. I mean, do you get it? What I'm saying? I mean, have any of you ever thought of that too? I mean, it just occurs to me when I don't know. It just cracks me up that everybody's, out the flea market. Everybody, by now you would think they'd have indoor flea markets where you go and trade, this for a whatever, a flux capacitor for a hyperdrive, or what I mean. But no, it's all out in the desert somewhere. And they're in these dilapidated tents that are falling down, and it just doesn't, and Luke lives in an igloo in a desert. I mean, what the hell? Yeah.
I mean, we have better buildings today, and this is hundreds of years in the future, and we have better structures today, right now, than what they have on Star Wars. You know, so it's warp power. We have warp capability and everything, and we don't have air conditioning. I don't know. It always cracked me up with Star Wars. Why the hell we don't have not all the settings are like old desert Egypt time, but we have flying spaceships. I don't know. It just never made sense. Even the bar that you know Harrison Ford gets out of the Millennium Falcon, walks into that bar, and I don't remember if there was a door on it, but it's dark and gloomy, and and there's nothing modernized in it. I mean, we even have a space girl waitress. I don't know. It's just never the whole theory about all these crazy spaceships and shit, and that yet the buildings and the cities are they're walking through the cities where these aren't the drones you're looking for. And it's all desert, dirt, huts out of clay. I mean, it's just, with no windows, no, barely a door on them. Sometimes there's doors, and it just doesn't make any sense. I just think it looks ridiculous personally. So, I don't know. I think that I'm a bigger Star Trek fan than a Star Wars fan, but I do love them both. But I just, I haven't figured out the Star Wars background. The behind the scenes, well, in the scenes, but the backdrop of the scenes is nothing modernized at all. It's all ancient, and and then you go to Star Trek, and they live in these beautiful I guess everybody lives in an apartment. I've never seen a house yet. Everybody's in the city, in buildings, and they're gorgeous. I mean, they're modern, and all the amenities, and and then but Star Wars is just the opposite. So anyway, just that was my own observation. I think it's kind of funny. Well, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes, Michael. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I have my doubts it's going to work, but we'll see. Yeah. I think the brick and mortar stores are going to go away probably in the next 10 to 15 years. I don't think there'll be a Walmart on in the country that you can walk into. Um, there might still be a brick and mortar store that houses the warehouse, but there'll be a locker outside that your product will be in. So you won't walk into the store. You'll order your product, and it'll be in a locker that you have a code to open. And if you can even drive to a brick and mortar store, it'll be just to open your locker and take what you ordered out of a locker and to go home with it. There won't be you won't be able to go in and shop, try on clothes, or any of that. I don't see that happening. That's all going to go away. I seriously doubt that there's going to be pilots even
you're thinking that I'm going to be sitting in a, maybe a shipping container that's got air conditioning and everything and flying this thing manually. It's all going to be computerized. There'll be a flight plan plugged into it. It's going to fly itself. There aren't going to be any pilots like me flying these things. It's going to be all completely automated. Yeah, that's probably, like I said, if you go to the store, you're going to go to a locker and take your shit out of the locker, or the drones are going to launch probably outside from the roof. There'll probably be little elevators to take it to the roof. You load it, you put it, it goes to the roof and takes off. But that's all going to be automated. There ain't going to be anybody like me flying these things. It'll be completely pilotless, on board or remote operated. It'll all be GPS, and flying a predetermined flight path to make the delivery. There isn't going to be a pilot on board or even involved. No, I don't think so, Michael. I think the whole point of this is to get the FAA out of the picture completely. There won't be any FAA will have to certify the operation that it's safe, but there aren't going to be any people involved. There won't be a pilot one anywhere. There'll be a computer analyst that's going to look at the code and decide that yeah, this code works or doesn't. But there aren't going to be pilots like you and me that need to fly these things. It'll all be autonomous. I don't know. What do you mean, Michael Bird? What do you mean if you don't have a garden live in a flat apartment? What are you referring to? What do you mean? Someplace for it to land or to make the delivery to? What are you getting at? I'm trying to just figure out what you mean by that. Well, basically, how I've watched you again. You guys need to go watch YouTube videos because there's all kinds of videos out there. All right, so the drone flies to your house. It hovers over your driveway, close to your front door. Somewhere close to the entrance that it can hover, and it has a clear shot. And then it drops this basket that's 18 inches by 8 inches, by I don't know 10 inches. It's on a cable. It drops out of the belly of this gigantic drone that is this big. We're talking 5-6 feet diameter drone. Okay, it drops this package out of it, and it depends on what you're ordering. You're not going to be able to order something that weighs 200 pounds, like a floor jack for a car. Isn't going to come by drone. They're not going to have a drone that can handle that kind of weight. Okay, but some small stuff, a lunch, a package, medicine, pills, small stuff. That thing comes down to the ground. It lands on the ground right in front of your front door. It's on a cable. Okay. Now, of course, wind conditions have to be, considered also, right? So, what conditions can this thing fly in the rain and high winds? Are these factors for a delivery? Yeah, of course they are. But on a calm day where it can, and it lands on the ground, the doors go like this, and it drops out the bottom, and then it shoots back up on the cable, leaving this on the ground that came out the bottom. And there it is, sitting in front of your front door, 5-10 feet from the door, wherever it can find a clear spot to deposit your package. And it'll have a picture. It'll take a picture of it just like it does now. If you get a delivery now from UPS or FedEx, there's a confirmation picture that shows you where they delivered it at your house. So I don't know where the package is. Well, you go look it up, and it takes a picture of where it's sitting, and then you just go out. If it's at your house, like my 3D printer that was not delivered to my house, the one that FedEx stole, the driver stole it, obviously. It wasn't delivered to my house. They took a picture, and I was waiting for it. I was literally standing in the yard waiting for it. Went in the house, checked it, said it was delivered. Looked at the picture, and I'm like, well, that ain't my fucking gate. Where the fuck did they deliver it to? And I called them immediately and say, hey, call your driver and tell him go get that damn printer, because that ain't my house. You're at the wrong house. That ain't my house. So, no, we can't talk to the driver. There's no way to contact the driver. Yeah, right, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, there's videos out there right now showing this stuff, So, yeah, you can go see what I'm talking about, But, how successful is it going to be over time? And if you got 100 of these things flying around in one county, delivering shit, are they going to run into each other? What if it decides to make 2 deliveries at the same address at the same time, and they crash into each other? I mean, we'll have to wait and see, guys. It's going to be. If you want a good laugh, go watch the autonomous driverless taxis that are in California. Just look it up. I'm going to do it right now. Hang on a second. They're in the news all the time out there. That they're failing right and left. I'll put up a video. I'll put a link up. You guys can watch it. Here's one with James May from Top Gear reviewing a driverless taxi. That might be funny as hell to watch. I don't know if it fails or not. I want to find one that fails, because those are the funny ones. All right, let me look at this one. Let me see if this is a good one.
What are we doing, Amber?
We're taking a self-driving taxi. Is that what it is?
Yes. And what is your gut feeling right now?
Nervous.
We do this one. Basketball. Should it have a name? You're looking for the ultimate cost-effective way to ride somewhere. This is definitely not it. We would need like a 4-minute walk to have gotten to transit to get us there for $6. Could have got an Uber for $9.95, but yeah, we paid $17.35 for this experience.
Okay, so I'm going to just summarize what I just watched. It was a 3-minute video, and I'll give you the link if you want to watch it. They took a driverless taxi to, I don't know if they were going, I didn't watch it long enough to see if they were going to a train station or an airport, but they had I think a 4-mile, they had to walk 4 miles, because that's all the closer the Uber got them. It was $17 for the taxi. They could have taken a regular Uber for cheaper, but this driverless one, it was $17. It didn't get them within even walking distance of where they wanted to go to get on their next, train or wherever they're going. And so they're laughing about it, but it was a total failure. They said they wouldn't do it again. So, yeah, that's the first video I looked at right there. It's already said now we'd never do it again. They're laughing about it because it failed so miserably that it was funny. So that's what I'm talking about. There's hundreds of these videos out there of these things failing right and left. So, have they got it down to a science yet? No, they do not. Here's a guy that did one in Miami traffic. That's got to be a hoot. So let me look at this one real quick. Let me see what this one looks like.
The light is green. The light is green, and we are not moving.
Okay, so okay. All right, here's how it opens. They're sitting at a green light, and the taxi won't run. It won't go. So cars are coming across in front of them, making a left turn in front of them, because the taxi won't cross the intersection, even though they have a green light. Then the light goes red, and the taxi turns left and goes through a red light. Oh my God. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. It's hilarious how many of these videos. I'll give you the link to this one. You don't even have to watch the whole video. Just to watch the first 30 seconds that kind of sets the tone of what this video is going to be like. All right, so here, let me just give you this link. All right, all you guys, just go ahead and click on this link in a separate, right click on it so you can open it in a separate window, and just watch the first 30 seconds of it, and then come back and tell me what you think. Okay, you don't even have to watch the whole thing. Just watch the first 30 seconds of it. Can't stand the girl. I don't know, Phil. I'm not sure I understand the girl part of that. I watch a lot of James May stuff. I think he's hilarious. I just watched. It was just released a couple days ago. That's why I watched it. Jeremy Clarkson got in I think it was a Maserati Vantage or something. That he's a big guy, big tall guy. He's not a small man. He couldn't get in it. It's got a roll cage in it and stuff. It's just the latest thing from Vantage or something. And he's trying to get in the damn thing, and he can't get in it. And he finally does get in it, and then he's out driving it around, and I'm just laughing my ass off because he's a comedian. I mean, really. Oh, his producer Lucy. I don't know who that is. I'll have to go watch another one of his videos and see if I can figure out who that is. I haven't run across her yet. Yeah, I watched him with the full scale model. From a model company, built a full scale Spitfire, and then he had those trains that ran all the way across. And then he put a racetrack up from where a racetrack used to be right through a housing development. And they put this racetrack up. So I've been watching a bunch of his shit, but I don't know which particular one you're talking about. Yeah, Michael, I'm sure your one ride was great, but that's not really the whole story. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's thousands of these videos, like the one I just gave you a link to, where the thing is, and remember, when it's not going at a green light and running red lights, you're at the mercy of this fucking cab. You have no control over it, and I'm not even sure that you're not locked in it. Can you get out of this thing and run away? Or are you literally a captive inside this thing for your own protection? I mean, I don't know.
So the picture Michael just sent me a picture of the Uber he took in Las Vegas. All right, and he sent me a link to the video, and literally the picture in the video, okay, that I'm supposed to click on to go watch. The cab is on its side. It rolled over. It's on its, and he said he had 3 successful drives in this cab company in Vegas, and yet the video he sends me shows the cab on its side. Do I really need to go watch this? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to look at the big picture, and it's just hilarious to watch these cabs failing miserably. Now, maybe it's a small percentage of the big picture. I don't know, but there's tens of thousands of these videos out there where the cab failed. Okay, obviously people probably aren't going to post a successful ride because who's going to want to watch that? So I get that. I'm not oblivious to the obvious. Okay, but the fact that there's this many failures, I mean, we're talking about a shitload of failures, is amazing to me. That any company would continue after. I mean, aren't they watching these videos? And after watching them, they still want to proceed with trying this, this automated, driverless, pilotless delivery system. I don't know. I think it's hilarious, personally. It's not on its side. It's a square box. It's clearly on its side, Michael. Okay? The roof and the antenna are pointed out the right. There's a wheel in the air on the left in this picture. I'm not misunderstanding what I'm looking at here. Okay? This vehicle is laying on its side. Okay? I don't know what the video itself is going to show me, but this picture, the vehicle is clearly laying on its side. So I don't know if they did that as maybe that was clickbait to make me want to watch it. I don't know. But in this picture, the thing is clearly on its side. So, but I'll watch it. I'm not going to watch it right now, but I'll watch it. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to get in a driverless anything. Flying drone, car, plane. If there ain't a person at the controls, I ain't getting in it. I'll drive myself there. I'll fly myself there. I'm not getting in nothing that doesn't have a pilot or a driver in it. And I know there's a lot of people out there like Roy who agree with me. Now, if there's a small percentage of people that want to put their lives in some mechanical thing's hands, go for it. But yeah. All right, guys. You guys look at this picture and you tell me what you see. All right, Michael's insisting that this thing is not on its side. Okay. All right. So you guys tell me what you see. I'm going to put the picture right here. All right. I see a black antenna going out the right. I see wheels, undercarriage of a vehicle on the left. That's what I see. You guys tell me what you see. Because Mike's telling me that's not a vehicle on its side. He says a big glass door. Okay, I don't. That's not what I see. You tell me what you see. All right. That doesn't look like any kind of normal vehicle to me, other than it's laying on its side. All right. That's what I see. So you guys tell me what you see. Like, I don't care what the video shows. I'm just telling you what I see in the picture. Like I already said, it could be clickbait to get me to watch it. Maybe they purposely put one on its side just to make me click on it. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I see in the picture. I'm not saying the video isn't going to be accurate or give the same opinion that you have that it was a great experience. I just think it's clickbait. I think they've got a picture of a vehicle laying on its side that would make me want to watch it more than a picture of one right side up that doesn't look so interesting. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. It looks like the thing's sitting on its side. So I'd be more enabled. Me personally, I'd be more likely to click on that picture to see what happened than a full upright, perfect looking taxi that doesn't show any kind of problem. Why would I want to watch that? But this clearly, yeah, so maybe it's clickbait. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing what you're seeing, but it sure looks like it's sitting on its side to me. I don't know. I mean, it certainly looks like it's on its side to me. I don't see any way in the world how that could be sitting upright. I'm sitting here just staring at this picture, and I don't see an upright vehicle sitting here. I'm sorry, I just don't.
She's hitting the streets of Las Vegas.
Yeah, Zooks, a subsidiary of.
It's a rolling cube. It's upside down. Okay, well, wouldn't that if they purposely put the picture upside down to get your attention, would that be considered clickbait? I mean, there was a motorcycle shop for years here out on 19 in Palm Harbor that had their Yamaha sign upside down on the pole. Literally, the sign is on the pole, giant billboard, and it's upside down on purpose. And I asked the guy, because I used to go in there quite a bit. And one day the manager was there, and I walked over and I asked him, I said, okay, so what's the story with your sign upside down? And he just laughed. He says, well, I got you to come in here and ask about it, didn't you? I said, well, I came in here anyway. We got a lot of people that come in and ask. And we got them in the door. Now it's my salesman's job to sell them something. But the sign got them in the door. That's all it's there for, is to get them in the door. Once they're here, it's my salesman's job to sell them something. I just laughed. I said, okay. So,
She's hitting the streets of Las Vegas.
Yeah, Zooks, a subsidiary of Amazon, launches autonomous cars, and it happened today. News 3's Jay Davenport took a ride in one of them and shares how the service could impact Las Vegas transportation. 11 years in the making, Zook's Robotaxi is now available for people here in Las Vegas. Please press to start ride.
And that's it.
4 seats, individualized temperature controls, wireless charging, and more. Zooks is an autonomous vehicle that Chief Product Officer Michael White says is an experience the company is excited to share with Las Vegas.
It's a city about innovation, and this is innovation. This is AI, as we hear 15 times a day, right? But AI is in service of us. We're traveling, the AI is doing the work, and we can get time back.
So far, there are 50 Zooks vehicles across Las Vegas and San Francisco.
We have over 500 jobs that we've created here. We're continuing to grow. We're also creating jobs that really didn't exist before.
Even though there's no driver, no pedal, and no steering wheel, White says Zooks has a 5-star safety rating.
We have over 40 sensors on this vehicle. We can see 200 meters all around us.
And if there's an emergency,
if we have a question or we need help, we could hit this button here, or we could hit this help button here, and we'll talk to someone live.
At the end of the day, Zooks vehicles will drive themselves back to the company's warehouse for charging and cleaning.
Picture's clearly not the same vehicle they're riding in. No way, no how. It doesn't resemble anything to what they're riding in. Okay, so I don't know what I'm looking at. All right, but it sure don't look like what they're riding in. There's no front on it. There's no headlights. There's no, it's completely horizontal, not vertical. It doesn't resemble anything to what I just watched in the video, Michael. Nothing. And not in any shape, way, shape, or form. So I don't know what you're trying to tell me. If it's not on its side, I don't know what it is then, because I don't see the vehicle that they just showed in the video, in this picture. That they don't correlate. Doesn't look anything like it. All right, so I don't know. I think it's clickbait. Okay, if you say so, Michael. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, because I don't see what you see at all, and not in that picture. So, okay, all right. I'm glad you wrote in it 3 times, and it was successful. Wow, it's 12:30. I did way better than I thought I would. I actually woke up. I haven't been yawning or anything, guys. How about that? I didn't think I was going to make it till 11. I'm having too much fun with you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys entertaining me tonight. I think you guys are entertaining me more than I'm entertaining you. It definitely woke me up. 5:30 a.m. there. Yeah, I know, Michael Bear. You're on the other side of the world. You're on the other side of the pond, as they call it. So, yeah, I am now. I was literally, Michael, before you got here, I was falling asleep. I just got here from church, and I was yawning, and I think Philip was the one that suggested I get a cup of coffee. So, yeah, So, yeah, anyway. So, what else you guys want to talk about? Any of you guys NASCAR fans? Did you see Cletus's first race in Richard Childress's car. Star Trek Enterprise behind me, that's the D model. I'll get it. From Next Generation, it's the D model. It's a pretty good print, guys. This is a pretty decent. I haven't cleaned it up at all. There's a few little bits and pieces here, but it's printed like this. Okay. It was stuck to the bed that way. So, and the reason I did that is because the top and bottom came out perfect. The only part that has any kind of booger on it at all is at the very, very front. Here, hang on a minute. Okay, if you look at the edge, you can't even see it there. Let me get closer. It's hardly detectable. Okay, you see right there in the middle. It's hard to focus, but you see there's some little bit of like vertical lines. Okay, now if I turn it here, it's perfect. No lines. Okay, and it's that way all the way around. It's just the end, the very top, because that's the very top. So that's a little bit of boogering there. And then the part that was on the bed, okay, which is the back of the cell right there, because of the support. So it boogered up the end of the nacelles, and then the back of the ship here, because there were supports all across there, and that'll all sand off. I can fix that. I just need to sand it. I didn't touch this thing. And then possibly the back of the stand. Also, there's a little bit of boogering on the back of the stand here. But overall, I mean, look at how good, the layer lines are so smooth and everything on here. That's the bottom. This is the top. Okay. I mean, it came out really beautiful. I mean, in the body area, you can't. There's no layer lines at all. The top of the cells basically, and so yeah, it came out really good. This is Christ. If my Ender 3 ever had this kind of quality on it, I'd still be printing with it. That thing over there. But yeah, this is amazing. Now this was printed on my the K1C, and it's pretty much that's the maximum height that printer will print. Okay, so I haven't printed this in the 300 yet, but if I printed it in the 300, it could be this much bigger. Okay, you see how much taller the car is? So that's the difference between the K1C and the K1 Max. I could print it that much bigger. So it's going to be bigger, this way and this way. If I increase the scale of it so that it'll fit in a 300 window, like the car. Okay. So we can make this much bigger. Actually, if I put it on their diagonal like I did my Pontiac, I might even be able to get it even a little bigger yet. I think I got the Pontiac to 320. This is at 300. This is at 250 to 270. I forget. It's either 250 or 270. And that's the maximum size I can print anything that stands up in the shelves. That's how big the shelves are. Is exactly how big the printer is. So if it'll fit in that printer, when it comes off the printer, if it stands up like this, it will fit in the shelves. So the trophies, the vases here, I think that's an Oscar there. I think there's an Eiffel Tower over here. I think, or is that that's the Chrysler Building? There's an R2D2 right here behind this airplane. That's a wood KC-130. I I actually, it's a KC-135, a tanker plane. It's just a wood mahogany, one of those wood mahogany carves. But that's a R2D2 right there behind it, and everything is just fits inside the shelf. So the 300 size stuff won't fit in the shelf. So and the difference there is you can just see the top of the dragon right here, this purple dragon. If you look closely over here, you can tell that this area here from the tank and the vertical area on the bottom there is much taller than the shelf above it. So this is 300 because that dragon is 300. Okay. And it fits in the bottom shelf, but it won't fit up here. And then I have a smaller dragon in a different color that would fit in the shelves because it's printed in this height. So, but yeah, that's the D model. I haven't looked lately. They're adding new stuff all the time, the Thingiverse. So I haven't looked to see if they have the E or the F. I think they were up to G now. I think they released that with the new Starfleet Academy. I think there's a G model out now, I think. But yeah, I haven't printed any of those yet. I looked up Buck Rogers' ship. I downloaded the file for that. I haven't printed it yet, so you can get Buck Rogers' ship. A couple of the Battlestar Galactica ships, you can download those. My brother printed a gigantic one of those. Man, it's beautiful. It's all these different pieces, and the hangar bays open, all the details inside the hangar bay. It's really cool. It was a massive. I mean, this thing's huge, and he printed that on. I think he printed that on the Centauri Carbon from Elegoo. But yeah, that was really cool. When I was up there, I saw that. Your wife bought your dog pumpkin spice dog treats. Okay. Does he like them? Does he eat them? Pumpkin spice. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Michael. It's much easier to print an airplane model than carve one. I'm assuming that these things are on a computer CNC machine. They just put a block of wood in there, and the computer, carves it out, and then somebody probably stains it by hand, does a final sand, stain, and then put a varnish, cover, clear coat over it. They're really beautifully done. I have two of these. I've got a Learjet. I think it's a Learjet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the other one's a Learjet. And then this one's the KC-135. The Learjet's still in the house. And they were cheap. They're, and these the mahogany, not painted ones, are, much cheaper than, I've got an F-14 that's got the working swing wings and everything, and it's fully detailed. All the paint, all the livery, missiles are on it. There's Phoenix missiles and sidewinders, and it's beautifully done. And I bought that at the Air Museum up in Pensacola. God, I don't know, 20 years ago, I guess. It's been a long time. I've had that for a long time, and I know I paid I think I paid close to $200 for it then. It's probably $400 now. But yeah, really cool. So Michael Bird's off the bed. All right, man. You're out of here. Happy Easter. We'll see you later. You guys have a great Easter. I don't know. Is everybody else leaving too, or are we hanging out? Oh, Matt says Cletus busted his ass. He did. He wanted to finish the race. He did. He didn't wreck the car. That was goal 2. He wanted to finish on the lead lap. Not close. I think he was three or 4 laps down at the end. So he wasn't really. He didn't finish last. That was another goal. So he had some goals set, and he pretty much did okay. You know, he did pretty good job. He did spin himself out once. Didn't hit anything, thank God. Didn't wreck anybody else. Didn't ruin anybody else's day. But I think he finished 30th, 3 laps down. So not bad. Not for his first real NASCAR race. I mean, let's be honest. You know, this is the next stars of NASCAR, and this here, not the ARCA race where it's all the beginners that don't know what they're doing yet. These guys, for the most part, are professional drivers, just waiting. It's like minor league baseball getting ready to go to the majors. So he did all right, and I was impressed that he didn't wreck the car. His spotter told him that when he spun out that he was entering the corner too aggressively. He was too late on the decelerating into the corner, so he's carrying too much speed to the apex of the corner. And when he was trying to come off the corner, he was still moving too fast, and that's what spun him out. And the spotter told him he was progressively getting worse, but he didn't tell him that until after he spun out. He should have been telling him that. Listen, Cletus, I want you to back off the throttle a little earlier. You're going into the turn too hot. You need to back off a little earlier so that you can get back to the gas a little sooner. And he probably wouldn't have spun out. But the spotter, I didn't hear the spotter ever tell him that. So I was watching the race on TV and on YouTube because they had an in-car camera on YouTube, so you could hear the spotter talking to Cletus, and So I found that more interesting. There were so many commercials on the network. Oh my God, it was ridiculous. So I kind of enjoyed the in-car camera better than the network. But post-race, I watched the network stuff, and Kyle Petty took back his, I guess he's ragging on Cletus pretty bad. I didn't see any of that, but he admitted that he'd been, but he took it all back. He said he did a good job. So I'm happy for Cletus. I think he did okay. I know one guy, thought he'd finish 22nd, 2 laps down. And he did a little worse than that. He finished 30th, 3 laps down. So, but I haven't watched. I don't know. I can't even say what the last. I'm going to call it the Infinity Series, or what it used to be called was Nationwide. I think was the back in the day. When it was the Winston Cup, and then the Nationwide was the lower level, and now it was Infinity up until this year, I guess, and now it's the O'Reilly, because it's named after whoever's paying the bill, right? So it's the O'Reilly series now. So, but it's the one just below the mainstream NASCAR, the Cup. So. They need to come up with, the Cup is the Cup. They need to come up with something for the next level down. Instead of just the name of the sponsor, which was Nationwide and Infinity, or the Bush.
Remember, it was the Bush series for a while too. So yeah, it was those, and now it's the O'Reilly series. So, but yeah, the race today on network TV was just filled with long commercials. And we had the double screen so you could watch in the little screen what was going on the race while we're listening to and watching a commercial in the other screen. But it was, Christ, it was 7, 8 commercials. It wasn't 1 or 2 and then we're back to the race. It was 7, 8, 9 commercials. And then all of a sudden, we finally got back to the race, and we were only back to the race for 5 minutes, and then we're another 7 minutes of commercials. So I went over to YouTube and watched the in-car. It was much better. Yeah, the Grand National, the Bush Series, yeah, all of these were what they were called, back in the day. They don't, then for several years it's been the Infinity. And now I think starting this year it's the O'Reilly series. So, it used to be the Winston Cup. That's the only way it was ever referred to. And then they just when I think, who was the first sponsor after Winston got it? Was it Monster Energy drink? Was that the first big sponsor after Winston got out? I'm trying to remember. I'm not positive, but so that's when they just started calling it either just NASCAR or the Cup. The Nextel, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about Nextel. Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, I thought Cletus did okay. He did all right. He didn't make a fool of himself for sure. He's certainly learning the hard way that there's way more to racing this stuff than he thought. I think he thought he was going to just get in a car and be successful from go one, and he's learning the hard way that it's way harder than he thought. So the next question is does he really want to work this hard to be a NASCAR driver, or would he rather go back to just making YouTube videos and his own? Because you guys have to realize that this guy's making millions every time he has a race at the racetrack he bought down here. It's a pay-per-view. I mean, you could pay 50, 60, whatever the gate fee is, come watch it in person. But you can watch it online for $10, $9.99, and you can watch the race at home on TV on the pay-per-view. All right. So if he's got 1 million viewers at $10 a view, that's $10 million for one race. Okay, to broadcast it. He doesn't have to even be in the race. Whatever he does in the race is what, an hour, maybe hour and a half. And that's only if there's only 1 million. He has way more viewers than that. But at $1 million for that one race, he makes $10 million. So he's making way more money, per race than a NASCAR driver makes. So does he really want to work this hard to be a NASCAR driver, or would he rather, just keep doing what he's doing? What do you mean by a fulfillment business? What are you talking about there, Michael? I haven't. I've met him, so I've shook his hand. I've met him. My opinion of Cletus is that he is a very caring, give you the shirt off his back kind of guy. He really is. He just really cares about people. But I think he also is young and immature.
And when I say that because, they do a lot of stupid shit down there that he thinks it's funny and entertaining until someone almost gets killed. And then he just about loses it. Like when George rolled that rear engine Fiero. That's it's a wheelie machine. And, he went outside the racetrack and it rolled a couple of times and Garrett was literally panicking, that he thought he just killed his friend. And I think that's where he's gonna, if he ever does kill one of his friends, he'll never forgive himself. He really won't. That'll be so devastating to him. It'll kill him. So, especially from doing something, stupid, the shenanigans that he does. So yeah, I've unsubscribed to his. Not that I don't like the guy, but I don't want to watch his his stuff to me isn't entertaining anymore. The stuff he's doing now is just stupid. And I don't want to watch it. So I unsubscribed. I don't want to watch that stuff anymore. Yeah, I just think the stupid crap, like the one that finally just pushed me over the edge was the 57 Chevy limousine, where they put the engine in the back and they think they're gonna get. I mean, I know it's all a joke and everything, but they want the couple wedding, prom, whatever, to ride in the back right behind the engine that's right there. And okay, that's when I said, okay, I've seen enough. I don't want to watch this anymore. This is just way too stupid now. So I just, because he didn't play it off as it was going to be a drag car or anything like that. He played it off that they're going to start a limo business, which I know is a joke, but at the same time, now it's not funny either. It's not, it's a joke and it's not funny. It's just stupid, and they're wasting a lot of money and a lot of time to make this silly ass. And I just don't want to watch it anymore. I lost interest, so I unsubscribed. I don't watch it anymore. Some of the stuff, I really enjoyed watching him try to park the little, I think it was a Spark. I think the little Chevy Spark. He'd come in and handbrake it into the and try to get it in the parking place, and he finally got it. That was fun to watch. I thought that was fun. He's literally only wrecking tires, and there's no real danger here. I don't think anybody's going to get hurt. And I thought that was entertaining, so I enjoyed that. I used to like watching the car challenge where they each had to buy a $500 car or whatever, and I thought that was kind of fun too. Until the one where they took the trucks to that guy's farm and then sent them driverless off the mountain to just go destroy themselves. Okay, that was my first. Okay, didn't enjoy that. Okay, and then the limo was okay. I'm done. But before that, the cars were still drivable at the end. And the one they once that was over, they raffled the cars off, right? So somebody got to buy that car that they made all those mods to and stuff. But the trucks, after they went down the mountain, were destroyed. There was nothing left of any of them. So that didn't thrill me. I was pretty upset about that. And then the limo just, okay, now we're just doing stupid shit. So I don't need to watch this. So I stopped watching them. But now this NASCAR thing, I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see what he does. I'm not giving up anything else for it. I mean, if there's something else I would rather be doing, like flying my airplanes, I'm going to go flying. I'm not going to stay home to watch him race in NASCAR. But if I haven't got anything better to do, yeah, I might turn it on and watch it. See what's going on, see how he's doing. But yeah, Kenny's cheap car challenge. Yeah, who's in? if I do one of those because I am going to start a car channel. I'm going to keep the airplane channel. I'm going to start a separate 3D printing channel and a car channel. So if I do the car challenge on the car channel, who's in? Who wants to, come race a $500 car? Which one of you guys want to be the next YouTube star that comes in? We're gonna tear up a $500 car. Because I would do that. I think that'd be fun. I can't afford to take it to, they went to that track in Tampa and raced around it. And that place is tens of thousands of dollars for, one session. It's very expensive. So yeah, we're not going to be able to afford to go there, but maybe we can go to Cletus' track and race. I'm sure he would, I would think he'd rent us the track at a reasonable price so we could, do one of his car challenges there. And maybe he'd want to get involved. Maybe he'd want to buy a car and play along. We'll see. But that'd be something I wouldn't mind doing. Yeah, face grid garage. All right, Michael Bear, there you go. That was a good one. That was funny. That was really good. I like that one. That's the best one yet. That was a good one. That's funny. No, I'm not going to tell you what I'm thinking of doing it because we've already talked about this, and I said something about Garage 51 or something, and somebody actually watched my show and then went out and made a YouTube channel for that. So now there's one out there, no content on it, but somebody already took the name and made a channel. So I'm not going to say what I'm going to really call it until, and there's already content on it. So when I finally do release it, there's already going to be content on it, and then I'll be adding all the new content to it. So, but yeah, I learned my lesson on that one. Not divulge the name early because somebody else will take it, and somebody did. So I don't know if he thought I was going to hey, how much money do you want, so I can have, I mean, I can have the same name. It doesn't stop me from creating the same name. It just, you could go to the wrong channel accidentally because now there's two of them, right? So I would have spelled it differently the way he did it. I wouldn't have put the space where he did, or I wouldn't have worded it exactly the way he did. But he took my my Hanger 51 and I think he if you could check, I think he called it Garage 51. And when I found that, I just laughed. I wasn't the least bit upset because, like I said, I can still call mine Garage 51. It doesn't change anything. But that's not what I'm going to call it. I've decided that I've got a better name than that. So I'll let you guys know when I finally pull the trigger and do it. So far, I'm trying to get enough content that I can put out every couple of days some new content, and that requires a lot of editing. So I did the build of the 4-post lift. I haven't edited it yet, but I've recorded the whole process of building that thing. So that's going to go on the channel. I did a walk around with my ex-wife, which is hilarious because she couldn't get through it. So I'm going to use her version of it as a blooper reel at the end of the first video I put up. So I'm going to do my show and talk about it and explain what we're going to do and everything. And I'm going to tell you right at the beginning of the show that stick around to the end because there's a blooper reel at the end of my ex-wife trying to do what I'm doing right now. And it's pretty funny. And then you can watch that because it's really funny. And then I did the air conditioning compressor on the Honda. I did the water pump, OptiSpark, air conditioning compressor, and bracket on an Impala SS. I videotaped all that I did for a friend of mine. So I have that content. I did the O2 sensor on the Charger. I had that content. I did, let's see, what else have I worked on? There's a few more car things I've done that I've videotaped. The Pontiac that I'm doing now, I already put the new one in, but I'm still editing, rebuilding this radio face. So I'll have this content. That'll be another one I'll put up on there. I think when I did the ABS wheel sensor on the Pontiac, I videotaped that. Let's see, what else? I did several videos on the Pontiac of stuff I was fixing. What else did I fix on that car? Oh, the tailpipes. I changed the tailpipes on it, tried to get a resonator on it to quiet it down a little bit. So I videotaped that. I think, I don't know, I repaired the door on my ex-wife's Cadillac, the paint. That came out really good. And I think I videoed that. So that'll be some content I'll do. And I did and I'm not finished with it yet, but I did a quick repair. When the guy did the color correction on my Pontiac, he had a guy come out and do the color correction. The clear coat was almost completely gone off the top of the bumper where the trunk lid closes. And there was just a few little spots here and there of clear coat that was like just balls of clear coat, not like a smooth finish. It was just like rolled up dead clear coat, and there was no clear coat on the rest of it. So I took my clay and I clayed that whole area and got almost all of it off. And then what was left, I sanded a little bit, and then I buried it in new clear. And I put probably 5 or 6 coats of clear on there. And it came out pretty damn good. Not perfect by any means. And you can still see where the old clear coat is, kind of wrinkled up inside the new clear. But I think I can wet sand all that out, So if I sand it down smooth and then blend it into the ups where the clear coat's good, and then I'm going to put one more coat of the blue tint, the clear coat that's got the candy blue tint in it. And I want to put one coat of that and then maybe a couple new coats of clear over the smoothed out as a finished product. So that there'll be a video on that. And then what else did I fix on the Pontiac? I don't think I did the hood struts. Nothing to watch there really. Maybe the spark plugs. I might have done that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Kenny's Used Cars and Fun Time Jamboree. Yeah. Christy, what's up? Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe we'll go with that one, Phil. So anyway, I'm building some content. I've got a shitload of cars out here that need work and, for more content, but I gotta do some content moving lift over into the, so I'll probably do that. So anyway, so that's probably a month or two of content to start with when I finally put the channel up that I can, just edit and have it already staged to go up on a certain date. And then I'll continue making new content and just kind of shuffle them into the order until I run out of shit to do. And then by then, maybe the channel will be big enough that I can go out and buy a new project. I ain't going to be buying any Lamborghinis or anything. I don't think I don't think the channel's going to grow that fast if it grows that big at all. But if it does, I might go that route. those aren't cars I want to work on, to be honest. But if that's what the audience wants to see, I guess I wouldn't be opposed to going out and buying a wrecked Ferrari and fixing it and then selling it. So we'll see. That's not really my plan, but if it goes that way, I'll probably play along. I don't know. I just want to stay within the American car, basically American muscle car. That's my, anything all the way back into the 70s, 60s, all the way forward to now. If it's a considered a muscle car, I'll probably, so there's not going to be a lot of Honda Civics or that kind of crap. Some minor stuff, maybe like I did the air conditioning on the Honda. Actually, the back's doing pretty good, Keith. I still have problems with it, but it seems to recover pretty fast. So that I'm listen. If I'm not going to get any better than this, I can live with this. This is not too bad. Like even yesterday when I was moving the lift, my back was hurting here and there. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't, depending on what I was doing. But all I had to do is come in here and sit down for like 10 minutes, and it recovered that fast, and I could go right back out and work some more. So not too bad. The deep tissue massages that she was giving me at the end there really seemed to do it. I mean, she was getting down in there, and I mean, it was painful, guys, but I didn't want to say anything because I feel, a little pain, no pain, no gain kind of thing. I'm like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let her do it. And, and immediately felt better when I left her office the first day. And my favorite transmitter? Still the Radio Master, which, by the way, you missed it. We were talking about Motion RC earlier. Motion's selling Radio Master transmitters now. They're no longer selling Spectrum. So you're going to see a change in Wes. Wes was bragging about Spectrum and how great it was. And we were at the last time he was bragging to me in person about it. I just called him out and I said, "You're so full of shit, Wes. There's no way you think Spectrum is a good radio. You know better. You're just saying that because you sell the shit and you're just, drinking the Kool-Aid." And he didn't say a word. He didn't say another word. And I guarantee you, he ain't flying Spectrum radios anymore with the planes he's flying now. I'll bet you anything he's flying it with a Radio Master radio. So there's that. Like I said, he's totally on board with Motion, team player. And so he's not going to push, Spectrum anymore when they're selling Radio Master. So he'll be flying a Radio Master radio. So, and he probably is. I just haven't been paying attention. I don't watch a lot of Motion RC stuff, but yeah. So that's still my favorite radio. I have 3 of them now. I have the glow-in-the-dark disco ball one, and then I have 2 of the black ones. My friend that that got into, he wanted to get out of it because he was going back to where he used to fly, and they all fly Futaba there, and he thought that those guys would help him with his Futaba where they wouldn't be able to help him with his Radio Master. So he gave me his Radio Master. And now he's not going to go there. They're not moving there now. They're staying here. So I don't know if he's going to want the radio back or not. We'll see. Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah. So that's going to be probably the new channel. And it all depends on whether I'm going to be able to retire or not, for sure. I'm still waiting. We made a little progress with my disability thing. I actually got a call from Social Security, and I had to talk to her. I was at the car show when she called, and I had to answer a bunch of questions. So I did that. I think that was the last step of getting this decided on. So I'm really thinking I'm going to hear from them any day now. And then I could really, once I get that determined, whether I'm going to be able to retire this year for real and start getting paid, or I have to save my money until next year, because my full retirement age is next year. and I do have to wait for that. Then I might have to put some stuff on hold. The whole second channel, because I'm not going to have money to buy material to fix cars. I only have a little over $10,000 to live on for one more year. That's paying all my bills. Well, I don't have any real bills, just what I have a phone bill and a power bill. That's it. I mean, everything else, and food. I don't know. I don't have any credit card debt. Everything's paid for. The house, pet property's paid for. All the cars are paid for. I don't owe any debt. The only money I spend now is buying stuff to fix cars or buying airplanes. And if I'm not going to get my disability this year, then I got to stop buying airplanes and car parts because I got to be able to eat and pay my electric bill until next year. So I got to make it till October next year, not this year. But I'll have to file, I think, in June. May. I'll have to file for Social Security next May. And not this year, not next month, a year from next month. So I got to make it till then. If they get denied, if my disability gets denied, then I got to make it through one more year, and that's going to be tough. So I'm really everything's kind of on hold right now until starting the new channel and all that. Even though I'm making content, I'm not going to start the channel until I can sustain it. And right now, I don't know that I can. So we're going to wait and see. I just got to hold out until I get an answer. I don't know what's going on there. Your first check is coming in June? Yeah? Good for you. Yeah, listen, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I understand. But, I was just curious, what kind of money you're going to get a month, And are you at your full retirement age? Are you 60, 67? Or are you that? I don't think you're older than me. Are you, Keith? I don't think you are. So if you're doing the early retirement at 62, I can't afford that. I definitely have to wait till 67. I can't afford to retire any earlier than that. I was going to wait till 70. But like I said, if the disability goes through, I'm golden. Basic, I'm going to get probably what I would have gotten to wait till 70. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll just see if it's more than my good get at 67, and that I'm happy with that. It's good enough. Under 2,000. See, that's my problem. I can't live on under 2,000. And that's why I'm waiting for. If I make it to 67, it'll be just over 2,000. So if I wait till next October, it'll be just over 2,000. And if I wait till 70, I think it was going to be 2,300, I think. And I really thought hard about that. And I'm like, an extra $300 to wait another three. I don't think that really adds up. I don't think that's worth it. I think 67 works. So I decided it's going to do it. But then I decided to file for disability, and it seemed my attorneys seemed to think I had no problem going to get it, and I didn't get any red flags from Social Security when they called me the other day. So I don't know. Got my fingers crossed. Hopefully it's going to work out. What is GPT? I just saw something about that. I think I got a text message or something about that. Why does that sound familiar? Huh. Yeah, congratulations, Keith. I'm glad. So you probably have a pretty substantial 401k to work with. I don't. I have one, but it ain't much. So um, AI chat group, chat GTP. Is that what? Like I said, I could have sworn I'd gotten some kind of text message about that. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it here now. It just sounds familiar, like I seen it in the recently something. So is that right, Michael? So you're a big fan of this AI stuff. You believe in it? You think that it's accurate? You know, is that what I'm getting from you? You're really into this modernized world we're living in, huh? Yeah, Phil, I'm the same way. I immediately get rid of anything AI, and I actually removed Copilot and 365, whatever Microsoft 365, off the computer because I want nothing to do with that shit. It's free, you will love it, but is it accurate? Free's one thing, but if it's free and it's bullshit, it's not accurate, then what good is it? You don't have any fans here, Michael. You're not getting any you're not making any headway here. Take your AI shit and get out of here. Yeah. I'm surprised you think AI is going to replace a pilot's job. I'm really surprised you think that way. Because most of the other pilots that I watch on YouTube absolutely don't believe it. There's no way AI computer can replace the experience they've had, 40 years of experience flying airplanes. There's no way an AI could ever, have the computing power to, you know, 40 years of experience flying airplanes. So you don't, your fellow pilots don't agree with you. uh, yeah, let's all help the fucking computer. You probably like to use the self checkout line at the store too, Michael Bear, don't you? Are you one of those guys that uses the self checkout? Well, that's not exactly accurate, Matt, but they do have the capability. Yes, we do have the capability in an emergency situation. You know, the plane can land itself. Yes, we have that capability, but you know that's not from takeoff to landing. Just let the computer do it. No, we're not there yet. Um, you just got the AI girlfriend commercial, really, Roy? No, Philip, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. You're not hurting me at all. I actually agree with you 100% anyway. And I don't have a problem with you speaking your mind. That's fine. Um, I agree. I'm not interested in the AI. I don't use the self checkout because that's taking someone's job, you know. And the other day I was at the convenience store. I wanted to pay for a soda and a couple of candy bars that were on sale. And I wanted to make sure I got the sale price because that little automated thing over there probably doesn't know that these candy bars are on sale and they're going to charge me full price. Because half the time when I go up to a person, they don't know that the candy bar is on sale. I said, well, the sign over there says it's, buy two for $5, you're charging me six something, no, it's supposed to be $5, and they have to go over and look at it and then correct it. Well, that little computerized stupid thing can't do that. So now what do I do? It's already rung it up, and now I'm standing there with my thumb up my ass, waiting for her to come over and cancel it or what. So I'll just wait and talk to the girl and bypass that stupid thing altogether. But yeah, I don't want to go through the self checkout. I didn't come in the store to work. I didn't come in to shop and then put all my stuff through the scanner and bag it. That's your job. you know, I'll hand you the money. You do the rest. That's your job. So yeah, I'm not a self checkout guy. I have used it occasionally when I was driving the bus because I was on a very tight schedule, and if the lines were too long, I don't have that kind of time. I got to get back on the bus. So, and I'm just buying a sandwich, so I would run through the self checkout and scan my one sandwich and go. But in general, I won't use it. I just don't. You know, people are good. Every day automation takes away more people's jobs. What are people supposed to do for a living? I mean, literally. If everything is AI and automated, how is anybody going to make a living? We're not going to live. It's not Star Trek yet. We don't have a moneyless society yet. Once we get, can you imagine having a replicator? If I wanted a FMS F7F Tiger Cat, all I got to do is tell hey, I want this, and press the button, and boom, there's my airplane. And it's free. Maybe I have to throw a broken glass or something in there for material, because it just breaks it down to the atom, and then it'll make the airplane out of that. But whatever. I got all kinds of broken shit that I can throw in there to get an airplane back. So that's the world I want to live in. So we don't need money anymore, and everything's just, go to the replicator and get what you want. So. Yeah, I know, Phil. That's I'm trying to make Michael understand that about his auto make drive, because he had a good experience with a driverless Uber in Vegas, so he thinks it's great, and he won't go watch the videos I've told him to go watch, but he made me watch his. And but anyway, yeah, it's they fail a lot, and I don't want to be stuck in traffic in a Uber that doesn't have a driver in it, and it's lost and doesn't know what to do, and we're just going to sit here for hours until it figures itself out, or some person comes to rescue us. So no thanks, I ain't getting in one of those. Never, not, it's not happening. Yeah, I'm not getting in that. So yeah, just. Lazy rewards. I'm not sure I'm following you on that one. What do you mean by lazy rewards is why? Rewards is why. I don't see. Here's why I'm confused. AI doesn't, to me, show laziness. It shows money grubbing, companies that want to save a penny on everything, and by not hiring people that they have to pay workman's comp and all that, and having a computer do it, saves them money so they can make more profit. So it's the money, grubby, that's what I see AI destroying, is that, not laziness so much. Yeah, yeah. I can tell you for certain, if I had an AI girlfriend, she'd be cheating on me, because she'd think she could do better. That's been my life story all along. I don't know if you guys have been watching the YouTube stuff or not. It's pretty funny. All the feminists, are all these single women in their 30s, 40s, 50s are absolutely going berserk because men won't talk to them. They won't come up. No man comes up and offers to buy them a drink, or asks them for their number, or or looks at them at the gym or whatever. And we're all the good men. It's just this constant theme of TikTok videos and stuff.
Where'd all the good men go? Shivery's dead. I'm standing at the door. I'm going out the door. This guy's coming in the door. And instead of him coming in and holding the door for me, he stands there and waits for me to come out. And women want to know why. Why is it? Well, it's because you've been bitching about everything we fucking do. And it's a sexual assault that I asked you for your number, or I accidentally bumped into you at the store, or I glanced over you while you were working out on the rowing machine, and they file complaints all the time about this shit. So, and they want to know why there aren't any men left. Well, why would a man want to put himself in that position anymore? And it's hilarious to watch this stuff on YouTube. Yeah, okay, Michael, I understand that part of it, but what about when they're wrong? Okay, so you've got your heart set on taking the Norwegian airline, flight that's going to leave in 2 hours, and you get yourself all set up and run to that to buy a ticket and blah blah blah, and meanwhile there's no such flight. You get there and nope, sorry that there's no flight leaving there today, and then you wasted all that time, and now it's too late to find a flight somewhere else. So yeah, what happens then? Because AI is wrong a lot, and so I had the example I was going to give you, and I forgot it already. Let me think a minute here. Maybe it'll come back to me. I had a perfect example of that very situation. Um, Typical liberal non-answer. I wish I could think of what the one I had, the example I had, and I can't think of it at the moment. Yeah. So anyway, I've been watching these all these women complaining that there's no men left in the world, and they're alone. They can't get them in. There's social mixers at the church or whatever, and no men show up. And they can't understand why. What happened to all the good men? Where are all the good? That's the same answer, same question. Where'd all the good men go? Where are the good men? How come there's no good men left? You know, Shivery's dead. It's hilarious.
There was a cartoon in the paper one Sunday morning I saw that was pretty funny. It was a cartoon picture of Superman, and he's got Lois Lane in his arms. He's holding Lois Lane, and she's got her head against his chest, and the little thought bubble is above her head, and it's, I think I can do better. That's Lois Lane, in the arms of Superman, and she thinks she can do better. Alrighty then. It's just a tool. Yeah. Oh, I know. I just remembered what it was. Okay, this is like this. The home. Um, um, the home colon cancer test. Okay, so you can take a test at home to check to see if you have colon cancer. But this home test has been known to have false positives and false negatives. So why would you take it, and how would you trust it? Since it can be either one, when you get a result, is it a result you can rely on? I mean, if it can have false positives and false negatives, then how can you rely on whatever it says? I don't have colon cancer, but I might, because it could be a false positive or a false negative, or the other way. And I'm like, so it'd be one thing if it says it's been known to have some false, negatives, and you test and it says you're positive for colon cancer. Okay, well, I gotta go see a doctor or the other way around. It's been known to have some false positives, and it comes back negative. Okay, well, I'm good because it doesn't have false negatives, so I'm negative, so I'm good. If it's positive, okay, well, I better go to the doctor and get checked out to see if I really am positive or not. But the fact that it can have either one, okay, well, what use is it? What's the point of even taking the test? It's not a test that you can rely on regardless which way it comes out, so what fucking good is it? I don't get it. Why would I even bother to take the stupid thing? When I get the answer, I can't rely on it. I mean, it could be either way anyway. So, so I'm just going to go get tested. I guess I'll have to go just get tested because, since it could be false positives or false negatives. I didn't get that one at all. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the in-car meltdown. So you have seen them, Philip. Yeah, aren't those hilarious? They just crack me up. And everything they're saying about it is 1,000% accurate because that's what I've been living with my entire life. Listen, every woman, I've been on 1,000 dating sites. I've never paid for one. I'm not an idiot. Been on a bunch of free sites, or it's free to go and look. And you read profiles, and I don't care if the woman is 4'6". She wants a man that is 6'2", tall, dark, and handsome, that has a personality, makes over $200,000 a year, and it's the same profile every fucking woman. All right, and I don't fit that criteria, and so no one's interested in me. All right, I have never been approached. Well, I'll get to that. There was once, and I'm going to get to that. But in my 65 years of living, I've never had a woman on any of the social medias, contact me first. I've never had someone walk up to me at a Home Depot or anything and, show any kind of attraction to me ever. I know I'm probably a 4 at best. And these all women, they all think they're 10s. They all think they're 10s and deserve 10s. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for tall, dark, and handsome, $200,000 income, 10s. And they think they deserve that because they think they're 10s. And they're, a 5 at best. but that's how they think. Okay. So up until the day I bought my Pontiac, as a matter of fact, because I had a tire blow on the way home, and I pulled into the Winn-Dixie parking lot up here in Brooksville, and it was about 8 o'clock, I think, and I was wearing my my Steve Morris Racing engine shirt, and on the back of the shirt had the his station wagon. If you guys don't know who he is, go look him up. He races a B-body station wagon, just like the cars I have. My Impalas. I have 4 wagons now. I have 4 Impalas, 4 wagons, and 3 Cadillac Fleetwoods, and they're all the same platform. They're all exact same frame, engine, brakes, wheels. Everything's the same. Everything's interchangeable. If I need a brake rotor or whatever, I could steal a part off of one and put it on another. All the wheels are interchangeable. Everything fits everything. So I'm wearing this shirt, and it's got Steve Morris' station wagon on the back of it. And this is a 5-second quarter-mile full station wagon. It's got glass in it, glass windows. It's got some fiberglass. I think the nose is fiberglass. It still has all the interior in it. The door panels are in it. The power windows are in it. It's mostly there. It weighs 3,800 pounds, which is very heavy for a drag car. And it's twin turboed. He builds these engines, and when I say he builds these engines from a solid block of aluminum, okay, he has all the equipment to machine the block, machine the heads, put all the valves and everything in the block. I mean, he builds it from scratch to, put it in the car. And so he's got this 5-second station wagon it's a blast to watch. And so I'm wearing his shirt, and then on the back of the shirt's a picture of his car. And I'm in the grocery store waiting for. I wanted Deb to come up and bring me a couple of extra things so I could get the car home. I wanted to take. It's a 4-tire car trailer, and I was already down to 3 wheels, and now I'm down to 2. And I didn't have far to go. I'm less than 10 miles from home, so I think I could make it home if I just move the one wheel. I had one wheel in the back and one wheel in the front. On the left side, it was in the back. On the right side, it was in the front. And to balance the car better, I needed to move this back one to the front. So they were both in the front position. And I think I could get the car home. And it worked, and I did get it home. So I was waiting for her to bring me a jack in case I couldn't do it in the parking lot with the crank jack that was in the truck. Meanwhile, I did get it done, but I was still waiting for her to get there. So I'm in the store shopping, and this beautiful black girl comes up to me and it's clearly hitting on me. She knows what the car is on the back of my shirt. She just, oh my God, I love that car on the back of your shirt. It's a Roadmaster wagon, isn't it? And I just looked at her, how the hell did you know that? And we got to talking and everything, and just a beautiful girl. And it's the first time in my life, 65 years, first time in my life that I've been hit on by a woman. So I know the stories that these women are telling, and the guys are saying, that it's true, because I don't meet anybody's criteria except hers. This one black girl that is the only woman on earth that I met her criteria, that she actually, approached me, and we talked for several minutes. I didn't get her number. I think she knew about Leadfoot City, the drag strip right down the street. She says she goes there all the time. So I think she assumed that she was just going to run into me there again, and we'd chat up again. And we probably will, but we haven't yet. But yeah, first time in my life. Yep, Philip, that's how I learned. My very first thing I bought a mini bike for $25 with my allowance, and the motor was in a basket, completely disassembled in a basket. And I brought the mini bike home with the basket of engine, and my dad got home from work, and I said, "Can." He just looked at me like I was, what in the hell were you thinking? And I'm like, no, I only paid $25 for it, Dad. It was worth, the frame was worth $25 for crying out loud. This is a good deal. We can put this together. I know we can do it. And my dad, he's very handy. He was a mechanic. So I knew he could do it. And we did. We put it back together. We went and bought, I think we had to buy a set of rings for it. And, and we put it back together, and I rode that mini bike for years. That we put together, him and I together, put that thing back together, and that's where it all started for me. I was 10 years old, and we put this mini bike together, and I rode it for years, and that's where the whole thing. I mean, obviously I was a car lover before that, and but my first mechanical learn to work on an engine was that. And so how about those village babes? Yeah, well, Michael, there's a realtor that's very attractive that specializes in the villages, and I have her number, and I'm planning on calling her. And I haven't decided yet if I want to just kind of play along like I want her to take me up there to show me around the villages because I'm interested in buying it, or just come right out and say, I just want to ask you out on a date. So I haven't decided which way I want to go with that yet. The way she talks in her video, she's single and looking for a date. She kind of implies it in the video. So I think I'm just going to be honest and go that way. And if that backfires, then I'll probably just say, well, you know what? I would like a tour of the villages because I kind of thinking of looking up there. So can you show me around and then I'll play that and not really approach it as a date and just let her show me where all the babes are in the villages so I know where to go. Since she doesn't want to date me, maybe I could find somebody at one of those areas where they hang, where they have the key party, where they throw everybody throws their house key in a bowl, and then you pick a key out, and whoever's house you get, you go home with her. I've heard that's a thing there. I don't know for sure, but I've heard that's a thing there. So, So if I went there and looked around and there ain't a woman bad looking in the place that I wouldn't mind going home with, I think I'd play. Why not? So, but anyway, so that's kind of in the works, Michael. I'm actually gonna, I might actually do that. Her number's in my phone. I already saved her number, so I'm ready to call her. So we'll see. The villages isn't that far away, so it's not a bad trip at all. So I might just might go there for that. We'll see. So yeah, I'm on that, Michael. Come on down. We'll go together. You're coming down. Wait, you said you're coming down when, in a week or two? What's going on? What do you got going on? Am I going to meet you at the airport and we're just going to hang out there? You got to go, or are you going to be able to stay a day or two? What's the story? Well, of course they fall in love with you instantly. You're a pilot. You've got money. They're trying to get out of the strip of life. They want to marry a guy with money so they can have the good life without having to take their clothes off. Except for you. my attorney's in that same situation right now, and I'm glad he's having a good time. You know, he's got this gorgeous girlfriend again that he you know, and he's an attorney. Now, why would this gorgeous girlfriend, you know, and he just thinks it's him, you know, he doesn't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's an attorney. He thinks he's just Don Juan, and these women are falling at his feet. And I'm like, okay. And he's already been in court over this once already. You know, he had a child with a stripper, and they never got married, but they had a custody battle because they broke up, fell apart, and they had a big custody battle, and it was a nightmare. And you know, did he learn anything from that? No, he didn't learn a thing from that. So, but you know, he's got this beautiful girl now, and they seem to be having a great time. He's posting all this stuff on Facebook where they're going, and you know, and they both look super happy. And I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I'm definitely skeptical. The pedals throw you off balance. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, yeah. So you know, I've been in well pretty much every relationship I've ever been in. Um, we date for 6 or 8 months, and then they leave. You know, because they think they can do better, and they break up with me. We didn't even have a fight or nothing. They just, you know, I think I want to explore my options or whatever. And I like, okay. And they leave. And they never make it a month. Within 2, 3 weeks, they're calling me, want to get back. And why? Well, I just, you know, I decided that I was happier. I said, you mean the guy you wanted to date fell apart? Well, yeah. I say, yeah, no, there's no coming back. I'm sorry. You know, see it. And I've done that every time. Twice I regretted it. But I've done that with everybody except my ex-wife. And this time I'm done with the ex-wife. She finally broke me, so we're done this time. Um, you know, but yeah, you know, they always want to come back, every one of them. And I never took any of them back. I regretted it twice. I should have. They might have been worth a second chance. Uh, and then I regret that I did take Deb back 6 times because that was I should never dated her in the first place. Um, but you know, I was truly in love with her. She was not. She's never been in love with me. She's still not in love with me. And I finally come to that realization. So then now it's time to move on. So she's leaving next week, and that'll be the end of that. And I believe she's going to Georgia, so she's not even going to be close by to come drive by and, you know, hey, how you doing? Crap, you know, she's going to be out of my life forever, and that's what I want. So, but the key party sounds bad. Really? Why would that be bad, Michael? That's all you talk about is picking up women at Waffle House or you know, I mean, why would the key party if you're at a, you know, obviously they've got money if they're living in the villages because nothing up there is under 300,000. Okay, so they're doing okay. And they maybe not rich, but they're doing okay. And if they're everybody at the party's attractive, uh, you know, why would you not want to do that? You know, just bring your condom. You know, make sure you've got protection. And what the fuck? You know, go fuck. You know? Yeah, I'm at the point where I would try that, I think. You know, if I got there and everything looked, if everybody there looked like, yeah, I could see me sleeping with any of these women. Yeah, I think I'd do it. Why not? Yep. That's what I keep telling them. Yeah, the grass is always greener on the other side. You know why the grass is? Because there's a septic tank over there. That's why the grass is greener over there. That you won't know about the septic tank until you actually go over there. So that's exactly what I tell them. That's why the grass is greener over there. Yeah. So yeah, it happened. It happened even with Deb. The first time she left me. She came back. It wasn't even 3 weeks, and begged me to take her back, and I said no. I was already dating somebody else. And I've already told her that. So if she's watching this, she's already heard this story. I found this woman that was every bit of 300 pounds. And I started dating her on purpose just to piss her off because she made me so mad. Because we'd been married for 7 years, I think. And she decided she's leaving me and got an apartment behind my back and moved out. And like I said, it wasn't 3 weeks and she was back begging me to take her back. She'll say she wasn't begging. Okay. Whatever. Your opinion is you weren't begging. My opinion is you were begging. Whatever. You wanted to come back. And I said no. So you stalked me for 3 years. You know, while I dated this girl and a couple others, she was everywhere I went. She was following me around, stalking me everywhere I went. And so then I think I lost my job at one point. And the last girl that, you know, left and then wanted to come back, I said no to. I told her, I said, okay, you want to come back? Here's the deal. You want one of the problems we had too is that I didn't need her for anything. She needed to be needed. And she just out of the blue, you know, I don't know. I don't know if she's bipolar or what, but you know, everything will be fine. And then all of a sudden she just goes off on me, you know, that I'm cheating on her. I wasn't at the church, whatever. So she comes into the living room and she says, I'm just watching TV. Nothing going on. Out of the blue. You don't need me for anything. What are you talking about? You don't need me for anything. You know, you do all the cooking, you do your own laundry, you clean the house. I mean, you don't need me for anything. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you're right. I don't need anyone in my life. No woman for sure. No, I don't need you in my life. I want you in my life. Isn't that better than being needed? Don't, you know, the fact that I want you in my life, isn't that better than needing you in my life? No, I need to be needed. Really? And that's when she left. And then she wanted to come back and I said no. So when 3 years later, and she still want to come back, and I said, okay, well, you wanted to be needed. Now I need you. Okay, I need you for your paycheck. So if you come back, you're paying for everything. And I didn't even get the word everything out of my mouth. And she said yes. Okay. So she came back. She paid for everything within reason. I was paying things that I could afford to pay and stuff. I wasn't abusing her in any way. And I didn't just buy airplanes. You know, I would go ask her, hey, this airplane's on sale. You know, I'd really like to have it. Is it okay? Can I get this plane? And she'd say, yeah, sure. Go ahead and get it. Okay, thank you. You know, I appreciate it. And, you know, it was a very mutual thing. I wasn't doing anything, you know, to take advantage of her. I asked her every time I wanted to spend any of her money. I asked her first. I didn't just blurtly go out and do it, whatever. And then she left again. And then she came back again. And the same, you're paying for everything was still in effect. And everything went back to the way it was. And we were happy again for another 2 years. Basically until she paid off her credit cards, which is what she was doing. You know, she was living way above her means. You know, $2,000 a month in a apartment that she couldn't afford. And so she's putting it on her credit card. And then when it gets too high, she comes back and lives with me until she can pay her. Because she didn't pay anything when she lives here. I mean, you know, minimal. a $200 light bill. I paid my own phone bill. Trash pickup, well, that went out the window right away anyway, so I was burning the trash. But yeah, there wasn't much. It was much cheaper to live here. She'd buy the food. And then she'd get all of her bills paid off, paid down, and then she'd leave again. And then she did this 5 times. This is number 6. And this last time, she just out of the blue again, just before Christmas last year, she just ran me over with this bullshit again, that I'm cheating on her, that I'm, I wasn't where I said I was, or whatever. And I just said, okay, that's it. I've had enough. It's time for you to go. All right. I'm gonna go visit my brother up in Indiana, and you need to go find some place to live, because this is done. We're over. I can't do this anymore. And that was it. That's what broke this last time. And then even after that, when I got back, and she already knew she was leaving, she ran over me again with this cheating on her shit. And I don't know where it comes from, because I don't go anywhere. I don't go to bars ever. I'm home all the time working on the house, the cars, the garage, the man cave, whatever. So most days I never leave the house. I'm here all day long. I've never been out on a date with anybody or anything. So anyway, so she's supposed to leave next week. Tuesday, or I think Tuesday. So we'll see. Hopefully she's going to go. I don't want to have to go get a restraining order to get her out. I'm hoping she's going to just go. But yeah. So I've been down this road, with the women that think they're better, that can do better, and they throw away a good guy that's honest and respectful and treats them well, and they throw me away because they think they can do better. Get a taller, more handsome guy that makes more money, or whatever it is. I don't know what all of it, or just part of it, but so I've been there, been living that life my entire life, and so that's So I know all this shit's true. These shows that talk about it, and women think their entitlement. That women think just bringing this themselves to the table is all they need to bring. That they're entitled to being taken care of. That be ravished in gifts, millions of dollars. That men have to make $1 million, or 500,000 at least, and and it's just ridiculous. And now they're all crying because they can't find a man. Because men don't even try to buy them drinks anymore. They they get all dialed up to go to a bar, and no men approach them to buy them a drink. They're just, men are done with it. They don't want to do it anymore. They had their fill, and I just think it's funny, because I've been living that life for 60 years, and 50 anyway, and yeah, so. Yeah. So I'm at the point now where, a key party to me sounds kind of fun. Why the hell not? I know they're not interested in me in any other way, looks, or anything. So why not just do the key party? What the hell? So yeah, Philip, it's like I said, this started off bad, and I should have just walked away right from go. When she started accusing me on our 3rd date, when she came to my house, and she thought that I was seeing somebody because the toilet seat was up, the toilet seat was down. Right, 3 weeks in a row, she came over here, and the first question she asked me was, "Who's been here?" And I'm like, "Nobody's been here. What are you talking about? Somebody's been here." I said, "No, who? What are you talking about?" "Oh, nothing." So the 3rd week, I finally, all right, what are you looking at that makes you think somebody's been here? What are you looking at? What do you see? Why do you think the toilet seat's down? That's why you think somebody's been here? Because the toilet seat's down? Okay. All right, well, you can thank my mom for that next time you see her, and she was still alive, so that was fine. Because from the time we were old enough to stand in front of the toilet, we were taught it's a two-hand job. You put the toilet seat down with the one hand, you flush the toilet with the other. It's two hands every time, no exceptions. So the toilet seat in 25 years that we've been together has never been left up. Okay, so she's never had to open her own car door. 25 years, even though we've been apart, I still open her car door for her every time. And I do that for every woman. It's not just her. You know, I don't believe chivalry's dead. I enjoy those things. I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts, but, you know, so, and obviously my brother doesn't do that because when I was up there, I opened his wife's car door for her every time we went out somewhere, and she just looked at me and thanked me and just was so impressed that because I guess my brother doesn't do that, because she was just amazed that I was always open her car door for her and let her go first. And, I don't know. It's just who I am. So now I just have to find a woman that'll appreciate that, which I don't think I'm ever going to find. I think those days are gone, and I'm okay with it now. I'm just going to live my life with my man cave here. Once this is finished, literally I could live in this very happily. If the trailer falls apart tomorrow, this is never going to fall down, so I'm not worried about this. This will definitely keep my head dry for the rest of my life. So when I finish this, it's going to be awesome. And then if the trailer falls down, whatever, I don't know. If I do happen to find a woman and she has any money, and we want to buy a brand new trailer to put on the property, that'd be wonderful. But I'm just going to work on my man cave, and this is fine for me. And that's just going to be it. But the key parties, I'm at the point now where why not? What the heck? Who cares? I'd go do the key party. I'm surprised, Michael, you wouldn't. You've been talking all these years about how you want to go to the villages. Well, what do you think you're going to the villages for? Isn't that what you were going up there for? You wanted to get laid, right? I mean, that was the whole premise of it. That's why you go to Waffle House at midnight, right? So what the hell? I don't get it. Keith Christie. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Have a happy Easter. We'll see you later. Trip to the villages, thumbs up. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate that. So anyway, so I got to be honest with you. I was so impressed with the black girl that approached me at Winn-Dixie. I thought that was amazing. First time in my life. I mean, and she seemed genuinely. Listen, I was in dirty jeans, working on, getting that car home on a trailer. I had to change a tire already because the wheel, I'd already put one tire on it on the way up to get the car. No, that was on the other one, but it wasn't a flawless trip. I had issues all the way home, so I didn't look like $1 million, and yet she was generally excited to talk to me about my Buick Roadmaster wagon that was on the back of my shirt. So that was great for me. That was an ego booster I needed. If I'll be honest. So I don't know, but the first time in my life that ever happened. Wow. So. Yeah. That's where you pick up women at the RC field. The only women that are ever at the RC field is somebody else's wife. That's it. There's never any women at an RC field unless it's somebody else's wife. So, yeah, that's not the pickup place for sure. No, my ex thinks I'm out. I don't know what she thinks because she knows where I am 24/7. So when she accuses me of this stuff, it's so ludicrous because she knows where I am all the time. I mean, if I'm not home and if I'm not at the local car show, I'm at the flying field. So, there's, yeah, I mean, it's just silly. I don't know what the hell she's thinking. I mean, at any time, and I send her pictures from the flying field, I just on purpose, in case she's going to get that thought in her head. So the last time I was out at the flying field, I sent her a picture of my tent, my new canopy that I put up next to the new camper, at the field. And I took a picture of it and sent it to her just so she knew, because she, how's the camper working out? And I sent her a picture. See, it's working out pretty good. So far, it's so good. So how could she possibly doubt that I'm at the flying field? I just sent her a picture of me at the flying field. So I don't know. But I keep getting accused of everything. And but with no basis for even the suspicion, she just doesn't trust me. Never has. In 25 years, not once for 1 second has she ever trusted me to be faithful to her. And I'll be honest with you guys, she is one beautiful woman. My ex-wife is beautiful. Way above my pay grade. I'll admit that to anybody that asks. Way above my pay grade. She is absolutely beautiful. And I tell her that all the time, but she don't believe me. She believes everybody else. When other people tell her, a girl at, what's that place called? Zero, girl clothing store. Yeah, the girl there tells her she's beautiful. She believes her, but she don't believe me. Okay. So, I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. That's got chick magnet written all over it, Michael. I mean, who are you kidding here? I mean, seriously. Yeah, white hair old man on a mini bike who flies RC airplanes. I mean, you're the catch of the century, and I'm right there right next to you. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the feminists, and it's all about feminism. That why these women are, they drive men away. Yeah, they bitch at you if you look at them while they're working out at the gym, and then if you don't look at them, they bitch because you're not looking at them, right? They're never fucking happy, no matter what. No matter what you do, you can't win, and that's why they talk about all these social events that they put on, mixers, and no men show up. It's all women. No men show up, and they can't figure out why. Why aren't the men showing up? How come there are no men? There's no good men left. Where are all the good? Where do you think all the good men are? The tens that you all want can have any woman on earth. Why would they fucking want you? Okay? Just because you want them, they can have the pick of the litter. And you ain't it. You're not even part of the litter. You women, some of these women are butt fucking ugly. And they think they're a 10. Man, I'd love to see the mirror you're looking in. Man, you've got some magic fucking mirror that you look into and you see a 10 in there. Wow. I don't know what you're looking at. Pink hair, ring in her nose, tattoos from head to toe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, what man wouldn't want you? I'm like, fuck. So all the men out there like me don't have a chance at these women. And all the men that would have a chance with them are already with another woman somewhere, happy. Because they've got a real 10, and because they can have anything they want. And these women just can't figure that out. They just the realism of that just doesn't sink in that, maybe their standards are just a little too high, And some of them are adamant, I'm not going to change my standards. Well, you're going to be alone the rest of your life. All right?
that's inevitable. You are absolutely going to be alone the rest of your fucking life. Because you are never going to get Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome that makes $500,000. You are not in that category. Not even close. Yeah, I never wanted to prove her right. I should have. But like I said, from go with the whole toilet sink thing, I should have walked away. And the reason I didn't walk away is because she was way above my pay grade. Oh my God, she really is beautiful. And but now she's just broken me. I've had so much of it for 25 years. I just can't take it anymore. She finally won. She broke me. I have no desire whatsoever to make up with her again. I don't hate her, but I sure don't love her anymore for sure. And I definitely don't want to get back with her. I just want her to get out of my life so I can get on with my life. So you had 3 girlfriends when you met your ex-wife? Is that what I'm just making sure I got this right? You're not married now, right, Phil? Ex-wife, or are you married? But it was you were talking about the ex-wife when you met her, because the last thing you said was, my ex-wife is the same way. You want me to go to the key party, but no, you wanted to go to the Villages to go to Costco. Yeah. Sure you did, Michael. Hey, there's a Costco way closer to Tampa Airport than the Villages. We'll go there. If that's what you want to go, is just go to Costco. Oh, there's a closer one. No, we'll go to that one. You don't have to go to the Villages. You just want to go to Costco. Oh, God, that's funny. Wes's dad used to live in the Villages. I don't know if you guys knew that. He doesn't anymore, but he used to live in the Villages. So we had that joke going on all the time about the key parties and all that crap up at the Villages. Um, since his dad doesn't live there anymore, it's not funny anymore. But it was fun. It was fun when Chuck lived there. So um, I've only been to the Villages once. It was for a car show. It was an Oldsmobile Car Club car show, and since my wagon qualified, I went to it. And it was fun. We went to this guy's house up there, and we had a cookout at his house before the show. And then we went to the show. We were all parked in the street, running down both sides of the street. All the cars were all lined up there, and it was fun. It was cool. But I didn't see any of the wash scrubbies hanging on antennas. I didn't see any of that, or I didn't notice it. And I didn't see any of the things that supposedly go on up there. There's a color code of a wash, a scrubby that you hang on your antenna, and that tells the opposite sex what you're looking for. The different color means different things. You want a long-term relationship. You're just looking for a one-night stand. You're into anal, whatever. If you can literally placard what you want with a color of a squishy, a scrubby, and hang it on your antenna, and then just wait for the right girl to walk along. So yeah, I don't know. I do and I don't want to go up there to check it out, but I do want to call that realtor because she's pretty. So I'll probably call her. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm going to do. Not a priority right now. The only thing I can think about right now is working in here working on the cars. This is all my focus right now. Is just right here. I got nothing else on my mind, but airplanes are really not on the radar right now. Once, and I'll tell you when that'll change, which is going to be very soon. Now that I got the lift moved, I can get the pictures of the cars in the garage to get the collector car insurance back on the cars. And as soon as that happens, that's going to be a huge relief because I currently cannot afford regular car insurance on all these cars. So before the next bill comes, so this week I'll be getting pictures of all the cars, and in here on the lift, under the lift, in front of the lift, under the overhang, and send them off to get the insurance. And once that's going to be a huge relief when I get that done. I got to tell you that's priority run right now. That's the biggest thing in my mind is to get that done. Nikki, the barbell girl, is that what that says? Was living with me at the same time Lisa, my ex-wife, moved in. We had a good time. Wow. Or is that just a Barbie girl? Barbie girl? All right, Phil. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to explain that one a little bit. Were you already married to Lisa, or were you just dating Lisa when Barbie moved in? Or was she already the ex? I need a little clarification here. This sounds way more fun than I think it probably is. I want to clarify. Nikki the Barbie girl. Okay. They ended so this is before you married Lisa. All right. Are you leaving, Michael? All right, man. Thanks for coming. I'll talk to you later, man. So they ended up competing and you chose the best. All right. So this is, let me see if I've got this right. So this is prior to marriage. Nikki and Lisa were competing for you, and you picked Lisa. If I got that right. This is fun, Phil. This is the best story tonight, by far. I guess this is a long explanation, Phil. You must be typing away. I was just expecting a yes. So there must be a bigger story than that. Trying to keep the questions simpler so we can have quicker answers. uh,
You're killing me here. My gosh. Another story to tell. And if I don't get an answer from Phil, we'll move on. It's a car story about Facebook Marketplace. So I'm gonna tell that one here. Okay, so I still go on Marketplace, just poking around. I'm not really looking to buy anything. I haven't got any money right now. Oh, here comes the answer. Um, Nikki was my girlfriend. Lisa joined the mix, and I chose her to marry. Okay, so hindsight, I would say Lisa wasn't the best. Because you said you chose the best, but she's the ex now. So maybe Nikki was the best and you just didn't know it at the time. Are you still in contact with Nikki by any chance? Do you know, or can you get a hold of her? And how did you meet Lisa? How did Lisa become in this picture? So wow, Nikki stayed around for 2 years. Wow, man, you definitely got to go find that girl. Holy crap. Damn. Oh my God, that's funny. So, so Nikki was your girlfriend. I thought Lisa was the girlfriend. Nikki. All right. So Nikki was the girlfriend. Lisa joined. How did Lisa join the mix? Where did you meet Lisa, and why did she agree to come live with you and your girlfriend? How did that? How did you make that work? That's not my dream. I'm not into. I'm not the least bit interested in having a threesome. Hell, pleasing one woman's hard enough. Trying to please two, forget it. So I'm not. That's not up my. But that seems to be every guy's dream is to have a threesome, which sounds like what you had. So I'm curious. Where did you meet Nikki? I'm sorry. Where did you meet Lisa? And why did she agree to come stay with you and Nikki? I'd love to hear that story. And while you're typing that, I'm gonna. So anyway, I'm on Marketplace, and I'm still looking at. Again, I'm not buying anything right now. I've bought all the cars I need. I'm good, but I'm just checking prices because the price of my G8 seems to be going up. The Commodores, everything that Holden made is all of a sudden on a huge price hike rise. They're valuable, becoming more valuable every day. So I'm just out there testing the waters. Now, the other car in the mix, the SS, okay, the Chevy SS is a Holden, and the G8 is a Holden. And those are the only two cars in America that were offered to the public. There was one more, the Caprice PPV, Police Pursuit Vehicle. That's what the PPV stands for. It was only available to the police. It's the same body. It started off the same body as the Pontiac, as mine. Different grill. The dash lights were the exact same setup, but white, not red. My dash is red because it's Pontiac. That's just traditional Pontiac. The lights were in the Caprice were white. Lisa ended being the worst. Should have stayed with Nikki. Yeah, but you didn't know at the time, So, but mostly what you're finding, if it's a Caprice PPV, it's an ex-police car. Right off the bat, it has to be an ex-police car. They were only sold and imported into the United States as police cars. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't order it. It was impossible to have it. It was a police car. So if there's one for sale, it's an ex-police car right off the bat. Most of them on there are total loss rebuilt title ex-police cars. Okay. So they've been repaired. They're fine. They look good. I don't know how good they are, but they look good. But nevertheless, it's a rebuilt title and it's an ex-police car. So what kind of value are you going to put on this thing? How good is it? And then it has 200,000 miles on it, right? So, and there's a whole shitload of them out there, these PPVs, and they range anywhere from about $6,000, which is a realistic number, up to $17,000. Okay. And the $17,000 one is not a total loss car, but it's still an ex-police car. And it has been updated with everything to turn it into the SS. It's SS yearage, 14, 15-ish. It's got the SS interior in it. He went and bought it out of a salvage yard or whatever, put the whole SS interior in it. The taillights are wrong, but you got to live with that. They got the Pontiac taillights in it, but it's got everything else, either a Commodore grill or the SS grill. They've gone to great lengths to turn it into, an SS or the closest thing to it. Same motor in all the cars. Well, if it's a PPV, it's a V8. I don't think there's any V6 PPVs. And all these cars I'm talking about either have the 6.0 or the 6.2 liter in it, depending on the year. 08, 09 were the 6.0s. And then they came back, I think, in 13 or 14, maybe. And they had the 6.2 in it. There could be a variance in that. So I'm looking at this jackass's car, and he's asking $10,500 for a ex-police car, rebuilt title, PPV car. Nothing special about it. And he's asking $10,500 for it. And I just, over 200,000, and I just went off on the guy. Been on there for 46 weeks. It's been listed for 46 weeks. And he didn't have the price on it. He didn't list the price. So I sent him a message. How much? I read the whole ad, all the, everything he put on it. But it's a rebuilt title. It's an ex-police car. It's not a true SS. It's not a G8. It's, da da da. And he comes back at $10,500. And I went off on him. I called him everything but a white man. I'm just in the mood to piss somebody off. I said, "You delusional fuck you. What are you? Get your ass 46 weeks. And you still can't sell this piece of shit. And you think you can get this kind of money for this? You're just wasting millions of people's time listing this thing on Get the fuck off Marketplace." All caps. So he comes back calling me a boomer, and I'm an old man. I'm a boomer. I don't know. He's just attacking me. And all I'm doing is making him realize that you're trying to sell a car for twice what it's worth. You dumbass. And so he blocks me, and then he takes the listing down. I mean, he could have just blocked me, and I couldn't give him any more shit, right? But no. He not only does he block me, so I can't give him any more shit, but then he takes the listing down. I guess I struck a nerve. I don't know. I mean, why? He can't possibly think that car, after 46 weeks of probably answering a million questions about the car and getting a million what he would consider lowball offers, which probably was $6,000, $5,000, $6,000, which was a reasonable offer for a 200,000 mile ex-police car that's a total loss, but not to him. So he took it down. I laughed my ass off. I thought that was hilarious. I don't know. I was just in the. I've never done that before. It's the first time I ever did that. But I just had to. I just had to give this guy a dose of reality, dude. You're out of your fucking mind. So I have one more story just like it. And then I'm going to go. Another guy selling same thing. But this is a real SS now. So it's been wrecked. It's a total loss car. It's white. He buys all the parts to fix it, but doesn't fix it. So the car is crash damage on the front, left front. But he's got the fender, got a new hood. The fender's on, but not painted. It's black. The hood's on it, not painted. It's black. All the rest of the parts that are damaged under the hood and underneath, he hasn't put any of that shit on it, but he's bought it all. Blah, 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 blah. And he's asking $22,000 for this thing that's still a wreck. So I contacted him, and I'm literally laughing at the guy. Why do you think this car's worth $22,000? I mean, dude, it's a total loss, and you didn't even fix it. And not only am I going to have to give you $22,000 for this car, but then I got to fix it myself. Even though I got to do the labor or go pay somebody to do it. I'm going to be into this car for $25,000, $26,000. I can buy a perfectly good one that's not a total loss for that kind of money. Why on earth would I pay that kind of money for yours? Oh, well, I've got $24,000 in this car. Okay, so you've got 24 grand in it. You didn't even fix it, and you're selling it for 22. That's genius. I guess you're going to sell it low and make it up in volume? So he comes back with all this bullshit. He's just going off on me about, I do this for a living and blah, 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 blah. And I'm not yelling at this guy. I'm more laughing at him than yelling at this guy, which probably made him even madder. But, and I'm just like, dude, man, you're really good at this. You buy them for 22. You spend 22. I'm sorry. You spend 24 to sell it for 22. You're a genius. You're really good at this. And like I said, I could buy one tomorrow right now, the same exact year as yours, and everything in perfect condition. That's not a total loss for 16. Why would I pay 22 for yours? And he blocked me. He wasn't getting anywhere with me, and he blocked me. But it's just like, some of these people on Marketplace, they have no fucking clue how to sell it. They don't take good pictures. They take pictures in the dark at night. Now, how can I tell what kind of damage the paint looks like in a night picture? Even I don't care if if you do park it under the fluorescent lights at the mobile station. I can't tell what kind of shape the car is in the dark. What the fuck is wrong with you? How about some interior pictures? Not a fucking video that's in 360 K. There's not K, but how about a 720 or a 1080p? Yeah, 360p. In the daylight, with a picture, not a video. Look at that. So yeah, it's just crazy. I got offered $300 for something advertised for $800. Just laughed at them. Yeah, well, again, it depends on what it was. What were you selling for $300? Or I should say $800 if they offered you three. Was it a guitar or a car or? You're always going to get lowball off for people. I understand that, But if you're even reasonably in the then you'll get serious offers from somebody, not just one asshole like me after another that's just ridiculing you because you're a fucking idiot to think you're going to get that kind of money for your total loss, ex-police car with over 200,000 miles on it. So wake up, wake the fuck up. But yeah, I almost bought a different G8. It was a total loss car. Super nice guy. He sent me pictures. He met all my requests. I asked him for pictures of the wreck. He sent me the pictures of the wreck. It looked like it had gone under a truck. And the left front fender was peeled back almost to the windshield. The hood was peeled back. Obviously, everything under the hood, below the hood level, mostly plastic, was destroyed. So I saw the picture and I said, now the car's black and it looks perfect, like a new paint job. It's perfect. Black wheels. Hated the black wheels. Hated that it was a total loss car, and hated the wing that was on the trunk lid. It was not the factory trunk lid wing. Looked like some racer wing. Black wheels. So these were the things that why I didn't buy it, but I almost did. So he responds and he says, no, it didn't hit the strut tower. He said it didn't go that far back. The strut, I didn't have to fix the strut tower. I said, okay, so now it's not really structural because it was above the frame leg. The crash was way above the frame leg, so the frame leg didn't get bent. I'm sure of that. Didn't hit the strut tower, so that's not bent. So this is a simple fix. So then I asked him, all right, so did you just paint the car for the parts on the car that you replaced, or did you paint the whole car? He sends me a picture of all the car's disassembled in a paint booth. The hood's on a stand, doors are on separate stands, trunk lid's on a separate stand, and there's the car. Taped off, painted everything off the car, and then put it back together. Wow. He was asking 12. I said, what's your bottom dollar? He said 10.5. Wow. And I was like, this car's worth 10.5. My problem is it's going to be at least $500, if not more. I have a friend that powder coats. To have the wheels powder coated silver because I can't stand black wheels. So that's hit number one. I don't like the total loss thing, but it's still a fair price for what he's asking. The mileage wasn't high. It was 170, I think. That wasn't bad. It's an 09, so, that wasn't bad. The trunk lid spoiler, though, was another. So I'm just sitting there cringing. I really kind of want to buy this car because it's fixed right, brand new paint. It looks fantastic. The interior was beautiful. And I'm really on the fence with this one. And the only reason I didn't buy it is because I bought the one. This is what made me call the guy the car I bought. Because I've been looking at this car for maybe 6 months. Yeah, I think it was probably about 6 months. I've been looking at this car. He was asking 15 for it. And I just thought that was a little too high. And it was not a total loss, clean title. He didn't even list, I think he listed a few of the things that were wrong with it. That it needed a wheel sensor. It needed the check engine light was on. Just some odds and ends, but it did have long tube headers and some other stuff. And I was like, and I haven't contacted the guy. I've been looking at the car and keep looking at the car. I love the blue color. It's just wow. So shits and giggles. Before I go buy this guy's black one for 10.5, I'm gonna call. I'm gonna offer this guy. Let's see what he'll take. So I just sent him, hey, and it had been on there like 30 weeks. So I see this car's been on here for 30 weeks. What's your bottom dollar? What would it take to take the car home? And he comes back at 12. All right, 12 for a non-total loss, low mileage car that looks great, and it's a real G8. It's not a, or the other one's a real G8 also, but it's a total loss. But it's been completely repainted, repaired correctly, from the best I can tell. But it's got crappy wheels and crappy spoiler. But it's 10.5. This one's 12. And I'm thinking, okay, 10.5, another 5 is, for the wheels at least. Okay, so now we're at 11, 12, 11, 12, crappy wing, another 500, 12.5, or 11.5, 12. So that's where I was. I'm gonna go get the blue one. I don't like black cars anyway. This thing was beautiful though. He fixed it so good. It was beautiful. Man, I tell you, even though I didn't want a black car, I really wanted that car. But I decided to pull the trigger on the blue one. And that's the only reason I didn't buy the black one. But nice guy. We had great conversation. He wasn't a dick. I thought his price was fair. 10.5 was a very fair price. Had it not been for it being black wheels, that stupid spoiler, I'd have bought it. I'd have gone and bought that car. But that's the difference between dealing with somebody that knows what he's selling and some idiot that is dreaming of what he thinks he can get for his wreck. So, all right. That's going to do it, guys. I'm going to call it a night. That's enough storytelling tonight. I guess Phil isn't going to elaborate about his Lisa Nikki story anymore. He won't even answer me on what he was selling for $800. Oh. Maybe he fell asleep. Maybe I lost him. I don't know. Anyway, great. I'm glad you guys came. It was fun. I had a great time tonight, and I woke the fuck up, so that's cool too. So, but yeah, thanks for coming. I'm gonna shut this down. We'll see you next week. Hopefully, I'm gonna have an airplane to put together next week, and we'll get back on the aviation side of our show. So, all right, guys, have a great night. We'll talk to you later.